I've been driving trucks through the Appalachian Mountains for more than 12 years now. It's a living that suits me, long hauls, quiet roads, and the kind of solitude that lets a man think without the noise of the world crowding in. The pay's decent, and the views, when the weather's clear, make you feel like you're part of something bigger than yourself. But these mountains have a way of reminding you how small you really are. They're ancient, full of secrets buried under layers of fog and forgotten hollers. I've heard stories from other drivers over lukewarm diner coffee, tales of things that don't make sense in the light of day, but feel all too real when you're alone at night. Feral folks living off the grid, old mining towns where the echoes of the past still linger, and worse, sightings of figures that watch from the tree line, never quite stepping into view. I always chalked it up to fatigue or too much caffeine until that one rainy night on Route 19. That night changed how I look at the road ahead and behind. It was late fall, the kind of season where the leaves cling to the branches like desperate hands, turning the hillsides into a patchwork of rust and gold. But that evening, a storm had rolled in from the west, heavy and unrelenting. The rain started as a drizzle when I left the depot in Charleston, but by the time I crossed into West Virginia, it was coming down in sheets. My rig, an old Kenworth with over 500,000 miles on her, groaned against the wind as I navigated the twisting two-lane highway. Route 19 isn't for the faint of heart, even on a good day. Sharp curves hugging the mountainside, drop-offs that plunge into darkness, and stretches where cell service drops to nothing. That night, visibility was maybe 50 feet at best. My wipers were on high, slapping back and forth like a metronome, but they couldn't keep up. The world outside my cab was a blurry mess of gray and black, the headlights cutting weak tunnels through the downpour. I was hauling a load of lumber to Pittsburgh, nothing out of the ordinary, but the weather had me running behind. Around 1:30 a.m., my eyes started to burn from staring at the road, and my back ached from the constant jostle. I needed a break, just a few minutes to stretch my legs and down some coffee from my thermos. There was a rest stop up ahead, one of those old pull-offs near the border. Nothing fancy, just a gravel lot with a couple of picnic tables and a trash bin overflowing from neglect. No bathrooms, no vending machines, just a spot to park and breathe. I figured it'd be empty at that hour, and it was. I eased the truck off the highway, the tires crunching over whetstones as I came to a stop. The engine idled low, a comforting rumble against the storm's roar. I killed the headlights to save the battery, leaving only the parking lights on, casting a dim orange glow around the cab. Sitting there, I poured myself a cup of coffee, black, gone cold hours ago, and flipped through my logbook under the dome light. The rain hammered the roof like 1,000 tiny fists, drowning out everything else. The mountains rose up around me, silent sentinels wrapped in mist that rolled down from the peaks. It was the kind of isolation that creeps into your bones, makes you aware of how far you are from help. No other vehicles had passed in ages. It felt like the whole world had hunkered down against the weather. I took a sip, grimacing at the bitterness, and glanced out the window. That's when I saw it, or rather, sensed it first. A shape in the periphery, just beyond where the light faded into black. At first, I thought it was a tree stump or a signpost, but no, it was standing upright, human-sized, unmoving despite the rain pelting down. I leaned closer to the glass, wiping away the condensation with my sleeve. There was a figure maybe 30 feet away, right at the edge of the lot where the gravel met the woods. Soaked through, wearing what looked like a hooded jacket or coat, the kind locals might wear for hunting. No backpack, no visible gear, just standing there facing my truck. My mind raced through explanations. A hitchhiker? Possible. But who thumbs a ride in this deluge without at least waving for attention? A stranded motorist? No car in sight. I watched for a minute, expecting movement, but it didn't budge. Just stared, or at least that's what it felt like. The hood shadowed the face, but I could make out the outline, tall, lean, posture rigid like it was waiting for something. Unease settled in my gut, the kind that comes from years on the road, knowing when something's off. I reached over and locked both doors, though they were already secured out of habit. Tried to ignore it, focusing on my logs, but my eyes kept drifting back. The rain blurred the details, making everything feel dreamlike, unreal. Then the tapping started. Soft, almost indistinguishable from the rain at first. Tap, tap, tap on the passenger side door. Rhythmic, deliberate, like fingers drumming impatiently. My heart skipped. I set the coffee down, grabbed my flashlight from the glove box, a heavy mag light that doubles as a club if needed, and shone it out the window. The beam cut through the rain, illuminating the figure. It was closer now, maybe 10 feet away, standing right beside the truck. The hood was pulled low, water cascading off it in rivulets, but I caught a glimpse of the eyes, glinting like polished stones in the light, cold and unblinking. No expression I could read, just that stare fixed on the cab. The tapping continued, now clearer, knuckles against metal, insistent but not forceful, like it was testing, probing for a response. "Hey," I yelled, my voice muffled inside the cab. "What do you want?" No answer, just the tapping, and those eyes boring into me. Adrenaline surged. I wasn't about to roll down the window or step out. Not here, not alone. I twisted the key, the engine roaring to life. Threw the truck into gear and peeled out, gravel spraying behind me as I swung back on a highway. In the rearview mirror, I saw it move, loping after me, not running full sprint, but with a steady, unnatural gait, arms pumping at its sides. It kept pace for maybe 100 yards along the shoulder, silhouette fading in and out of the taillight's red glow before veering off into the woods. My hands gripped the wheel tight, knuckles white, as I pushed the speed up, hydroplaning slightly on the wet pavement. The rain began to lighten after a few miles, turning to a mist, and whatever it was didn't reappear. I radioed ahead to a truck stop near Beckley, voice steadier than I felt, asking if anyone had reported trouble on 19. Static mostly, then a crackly reply. Nothing out of the ordinary. By the time I reached the stop, dawn was breaking, gray and reluctant. I parked among the other rigs, engines humming like a chorus, and stepped inside for hot coffee and company. The place was half full, drivers nursing breakfasts, swapping routes. I mentioned a figure casually testing the waters. One old-timer, face weathered like cracked leather, leaned in. "Sounds like the drifter," he said, voice low. "Folks round here talk about him. Been sightings for years. Always in the rain, always on the back roads. They say he's a ghost of some miner who got lost in a storm decades back. Or maybe just a crazy hermit preying on the weary. Either way, once he picks you, he don't let go easy." The others nodded, sharing their own brushes, shadows that followed, taps in the night. I laughed it off then, blaming exhaustion, but deep down, a seed of doubt took root. The next few days were clear, skies blue and crisp, and I pushed the incident aside. Deliver my load, picked up another, headed south through Virginia. But then the rains came back, a front moving in from the Ohio Valley, turning the road slick again. It was on Interstate 81 this time, around midnight, when I pulled over at a wayside rest area near Roanoke. Similar setup, empty lot, woods pressing close. I was sipping coffee, same routine, when that familiar unease prickled my neck. Glanced in the side mirror, and there it was. The figure, standing at the tree lean, hood up, staring. Same posture, same unyielding presence. My blood ran cold. No way it could be the same person. I'd driven over 200 miles since Route 19. Coincidence? Maybe a copycat, or my mind playing tricks. I didn't wait. Started the engine and rolled out slow, watching in the mirrors. It followed, loping along the shoulder, just like before, keeping to the shadows. I accelerated, losing around a bend, but the dread lingered. Over the next week, it happened twice more, once on a back road in Kentucky, another in Tennessee. Always in the rain, always at isolated stops. The tapping returned on the third sighting, softer this time, almost pleading. I shone the light, saw those glinting eyes closer than ever, hand raised as if to wave or reach. I peeled away each time, heart pounding, but it never fully caught up. Never attacked, just pursued. Quiet, relentless. I started avoiding night hauls when storms were forecast, sticking to daylight runs or teaming up with buddies. But the mountains don't let you hide forever. Whispers at truck stops grew, more drivers sharing stories of the drifter. Some said he'd board your rig if you let him close enough, ride silent in the shadows until you broke. Others claimed he was flesh and blood, a vagrant with a grudge against the world, using the rain as cover to stalk his prey. I dug into it a bit, asking locals and diners along the way. One waitress in a greasy spoon near Huntington told me her uncle had seen something similar back in the 80s. A man who wandered the hills after losing his family in a flood, driven mad by grief. He don't want your money or your ride, she said, eyes distant. He wants your fear. Feeds on it like the mountains do. Nights now, even on clear ones, I drive with one eye on the mirrors. The rain brings it back. The tapping echoes in my dreams. Those eyes glinting in every headlight reflection. I've changed routes, upgraded locks, even carry a pistol under the seat, but it doesn't help. Last week, during a light shower on Route 52, I swear I saw it again, standing on an overpass, watching as I passed below. Didn't follow that time, just stared, like it was reminding me it's still out there. Patient, waiting for the next big storm, the next moment of weakness. The Appalachians hold their secrets tight, and once they've marked you, there's no shaking them. I keep driving because what else is there? But every drop of rain on the windshield sounds like a promise. It's not over. It might never be. Story 2. I've been behind the wheel of big rigs for nearly 15 years, crisscrossing the Appalachians like veins through an old, weathered body. The job's got its rhythms. The hum of the engine, the flash of deer eyes in the headlights, the way the mountains swallow you whole in those long stretches where civilization feels like a distant memory. I grew up in a small town in eastern Tennessee, where the hills were our backyard, full of trails and secrets that kids like me explored without a second thought. But as an adult, hauling freight from Asheville to Roanoke and beyond, I've learned that these mountains don't give up their mysteries easily. They're patient, watchful, and sometimes they push back against the intruders carving paths through them. Other drivers share stories over crackling CBs or in dimly lit diners, strange lights in the woods, echoes that sound like lost voices, or figures that appear and vanish like smoke. I always listen with a nod, figuring most of it was boredom talking, amplified by fatigue and isolation. Until that night on the Blue Ridge Parkway, when the whispers started. That night taught me that some things in these hills aren't just stories. They're waiting, listening, and they know more about you than they should. The storm had been building all evening as I left Charlotte with a load of machinery parts bound for Harrisonburg. It was mid-autumn, the leaves turning but not yet fallen, creating a canopy that rustled ominously in the wind. By the time I hit the parkway, the rain was coming down hard, relentless like the sky had a grudge. The Blue Ridge is beautiful in daylight, rolling vistas, wildflowers dotting the roadside. But at night, especially in weather like that, it's a different beast. The road twists like a serpent, cliffs on one side, drop-offs on the other, and the fog rolls in thick, turning your headlights into useless halos. I was alone, as usual. Solo runs pay better, and I preferred the quiet. My radio was tuned to static, mostly picking up faint country stations that faded in and out. It was past midnight, maybe 1 a.m., and I've been fighting the wheel for hours, tires hydroplaning on the slick asphalt. My eyes ached, my shoulders knotted from tension. I needed a break, just 5 minutes to close my eyes and shake off the daze. Up ahead, an old overpass loomed out of the mist. An abandoned relic from when the parkway was built, concrete cracked and overgrown with vines. It wasn't a proper rest stop, but it offered shelter from the downpour. I eased the truck under it, the rain's roar muting to a steady drip-drip from the edges above. The cab shuddered to a stop, engine idling low. The air outside was thick, heavy with the scent of wet earth, pine resin, and that faint, metallic tang of ozone from the storm. I cracked the window a hair for fresh air, but the chill seeped in, raising goosebumps on my arms. No other vehicles around. The parkway can feel like the end of the world at that hour. I leaned back in my seat, rubbing my temples, listening to the echoes under the bridge, the plink of water on puddles, the distant rumble of thunder rolling through the valleys. That's when the voice came. Soft at first, like wind whistling through cracks in the concrete, murmuring indistinct words. I sat up, thinking it was the radio acting up. I fiddled with the knob, but the static remained unchanged. Then it happened again, clearer this time, a whisper that cut through the noise. "Danny." My name, Daniel, but folks call me Danny. I froze, heart skipping a beat. No one knew I was here. I hadn't radioed dispatch about stopping, hadn't mentioned it to anyone. The whisper repeated, low and breathy, like someone speaking right next to my ear, but from outside. "Danny from Maryville. My hometown. A place I hadn't lived in years, but it was on my license, buried in my logs." "How?" I scanned the darkness, peering through the rain-streaked windows. The overpass cast long shadows, the fog swirling like living smoke. There, on the embankment above the road, maybe 20 feet away, a silhouette. Slender, human-shaped, standing still as a statue while rain cascaded off it like a veil. No details visible, just the outline against the faint glow of distant lightning. It didn't move, didn't wave or approach, but the whispers continued, growing in detail. "Danny, heading north with parts for the mill. Wife waiting in Knoxville." My breath caught. Sarah, my ex-wife now, but we were still on speaking terms back then. How could anyone know that? I hadn't spoken to her in days, hadn't logged personal calls. The voice was androgynous, neither male nor female, just a murmur that slithered into my mind, recounting fragments of my life. My truck's plate number, the diner I stopped at for lunch, even the song I'd been humming earlier. It felt intimate, invasive, like someone had been shadowing me for miles, piecing together my existence from scraps. Panic started to build, slow and cold, like ice forming in my veins. I rolled up the window, locked the doors again, though they were already secure. The whispers didn't stop. If anything, they seemed closer, echoing off the concrete. I grabbed my flashlight from the dash, a sturdy one with fresh batteries, and shone it toward the embankment. The beam pierced the fog, revealing more. The figure wore ragged clothes, soaked through, hood or hat pulled low. Face obscured, but eyes, those caught the light, reflecting back like a cat's, piercing and unblinking. It still didn't move, but the murmurs intensified, now laced with questions. "Why stop here, Danny? Tired? Alone?" I yelled out. "Who the hell are you? Get away." My voice bounced back at me, hollow under the overpass. No response, just more whispers delving deeper. Names of old friends, a childhood scar on my knee from falling in the creek. Things buried in my past, not public knowledge. I climbed back in the driver's seat proper, hands shaking as I turned the key. The engine roared, drowning out the voice for a moment. But then, the door handle rattled. Gentle at first, like a tentative tug, then more urgent, jiggling as if testing the lock. I glanced over, and there it was, the figure right up against the passenger window now. How had it moved so fast, so silently? Breath fogged the glass, a misty circle forming, and through it, those eyes stared in, features indistinct but somehow familiar, like a distorted reflection of someone I once knew. No words now, just that gaze probing, knowing. My foot slammed the accelerator, tires spinning on the slick pavement, gravel and water spraying up. The truck lurched forward, out from under the overpass and back into the full fury of the storm. In the side mirror, I saw it cling, a hand grasping the mirror for a harrowing second, body dangling precariously before dropping away into the darkness. I didn't slow down, pushing the rig harder than I should on those curves, heart hammering like the rain. Miles blurred by, the storm raging on, but eventually the whispers faded, replaced by the monotonous swipe of wipers. I made it to a truck stop near Waynesboro by dawn, pulling in among the other rigs, their lights a comforting beacon. Inside, over steaming coffee, I tried to steady myself. The place was sparse, a few drivers nursing hangovers, a waitress with tired eyes. I mentioned the incident vaguely, not wanting to sound crazy. One grizzled vet, cap pulled low, chuckled at first, then sobered. "Whisper," he muttered. "Heard tales like that. Folks say it's a feral type, living in the ridges, picking up on radio chatter, following trucks for days. Or maybe an old spirit from the Cherokee days, knowing things it shouldn't. Either way, Once it latches on, it don't forget. The others shared nods, recounting their own eerie encounters. Voices mimicking loved ones over the CB, shadows that knew too much. I brushed it off as folklore, but the seed was planted. The next few nights were clear, the moon lighting the roads like a lantern. I convinced myself it was a one-off, a drifter high on something, stumbling upon my stop by chance. But then the rains returned, a series of storms sweeping through the region. On a haul through Shenandoah, similar weather, I stopped at a pull-off, not under an overpass, but close enough. The whispers came back, faint over the CB this time, cutting through the static. "Danny, remember the overpass?" It mimicked my buddy Tom's voice, a fellow trucker I'd lost touch with. Details followed. Routes I'd planned, but not shared. Argument with Sarah I'd kept private. I switched channels, but it followed persistent probing. Another night in the Smokies, it was my sister's voice recounting a family story from years ago. Always in the rain, always when I was alone. I started changing habits, avoiding isolated stops, teaming up for runs when I could. But the mountains are vast, and solitude is part of the job. I dug into the legends, asking around at stops along the parkway. An old ranger in a visitor center spoke of echo people, recluses descended from families who hid in the hills during the Depression, surviving on scraps, learning to mimic and observe from afar. "They watch," he said, eyes distant. "Learn your patterns, your secrets. Not to hurt, maybe just to connect in their twisted way." But it didn't feel like connection. It felt predatory, calculated, like being dissected slowly. Weeks turned to months, the encounter sporadic but unrelenting. A whisper here, a silhouette in the fog there. Last month, on a rainy detour near Grandfather Mountain, the CB crackled to life unbidden. "Danny, coming home soon?" "Home. My apartment in Knoxville. Address unspoken." I haven't stopped in the rain since, pushing through exhaustion, eyes on the horizon. But the quiet fear builds with every storm cloud, making me question everything. Is it tracking me? Slipping through the woods parallel to the roads? Learning more from overheard conversations, discarded logs? Or is it something deeper, woven into the fabric of these ancient hills, where isolation breeds things that know us better than we know ourselves? I drive on, because stopping means listening, and listening means facing whatever's out there, biding its time in the endless Appalachian night. The whispers haven't stopped. They wait, patient as the rain, for the next downpour to bring them closer. Story 3. I've been trucking through the backroads of Appalachia for close to 18 years now, ever since I left the coal mines behind for something that promised more freedom and less dust in my lungs. The job's got its own kind of rhythm, the low growl of the diesel engine, the way the headlights carve tunnels through the fog-shrouded hills, and those long stretches where the only company is the static on the CB and the ghosts of old mining towns whispering through the trees. I grew up in a holler near Pikeville, Kentucky, where the mountains feel alive, pressing in close like they're listening to every breath you take. Folks around here tell stories about the woods, feral people scraping by in forgotten cabins, legends of wanderers who got lost in storms and never quite found their way back to sanity. I always took them with a grain of salt, figuring most were born from boredom or moonshine. But these hills have a way of making you question what's real, especially on rainy nights when the world turns inward, isolating you in a cocoon of water and shadow. That night in eastern Kentucky, hauling a load of steel from Lexington to Huntington, the rain came down like judgment, and the footsteps started. They've haunted me ever since, a persistent echo that makes every stop feel like an invitation to something I can't outrun. The storm hit hard as I crossed into Boyd County, the kind of biblical downpour that turns narrow mountain roads into swollen rivers, washing out shoulders and making the asphalt slick as oil. It was around 3 a.m., the witching hour when fatigue starts playing tricks on your mind. I've been pushing through since dusk, eyes burning from the glare of oncoming lights that were few and far between. My rig, a beat-up Freightliner with faded paint and a cab that smelled faintly of old coffee and diesel, handled the weather okay, but I needed a break. Coffee from my thermos had gone lukewarm, and my bladder was protesting. Off I-64, there's this gravel lot. Nothing official, just a pull-off used by locals and truckers alike, tucked against a wooded hillside with a chain-link fence half buried in kudzu. No lights, no facilities, just enough space to park and stretch without blocking the highway. I eased in, tires crunching over the wet stones, and killed the engine to save fuel. The rain hammered the roof like accusations, drowning out everything but the occasional thunder rolling through the valleys. Sitting there in the dark cab, I sipped my coffee and listened to the storm. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and pine, seeping in through the vents. The mountains loomed around me, their outlines blurred by sheets of water cascading down the windshield. Isolation like that can be comforting after a long haul. No bosses barking, no traffic to weave through. But that night, it felt heavier, like the hills were closing in. I dimmed the interior light to a faint glow, not wanting to drain the battery, and glanced at my mirrors out of habit. Nothing but blackness and the reflective glint of rain on the gravel. I radioed out on the CB, hoping for some chatter to break the monotony. Breaker, breaker, this is Cole Hauler on 64 East. Anybody got their ears on? Static answered, crackling like laughter. No surprise. Storms like this play havoc with signals. I leaned back, closing my eyes for just a moment, letting the rhythm of the rain lull me. Then came the footsteps, slow at first, deliberate, crunching over the wet gravel like someone taking their time. My eyes snapped open. It wasn't the wind or branches snapping. Too rhythmic, too human. Step, step, pause. Circling the truck from the rear, never rushing, like whoever it was savoring the approach, mapping out the rig in the dark. My heart picked up a steady thump against my ribs. I sat still, straining to listen over the rain. The steps grew clearer, moving along the passenger side now, gravel shifting underweight. Heavy boots, maybe, or bare feet toughened by years in the wild. Hard to tell. I flicked off the dome light entirely, plunging the cab into shadow, and peered out the window. Glimpses through the downpour. A tall form, lanky, dressed in ragged clothes that hung like sodden rags, water streaming down. A brimmed hat pulled low, hiding the face, but the posture was all wrong. Hunched yet purposeful, like a predator sizing up prey. No knock on the door, no flashlight beam signaling for help. Just pacing back and forth along the length of the trailer, then circling to the front. I could hear it testing, a faint rattle of the mud flaps, a brush against the fender. My mind raced through possibilities. A hitchhiker desperate for a ride? Possible, but why not hail me directly? A thief scoping for an easy score? But in this weather, with nothing but steel coils in the back? Or something worse? One of those feral types the old-timers whisper about. People who've slipped off the grid, living in the deep woods, driven by hungers that civilized folks don't understand. The footsteps paused at the driver's door, right below my window. I held my breath, every muscle tense, and then breathing, heavy and close, ragged inhalations that cut through the rain like someone who'd run a marathon but was trying to stay quiet. Inches away, separated only by metal and glass. Adrenaline flooded me. I fumbled for the keys, hands slick with sweat, and twisted the ignition. The engine roared to life, headlights flaring bright and cutting through the torrent. In that instant, the figure jerked back, but not before I caught a better look. Pale skin under the hat, eyes shadowed but fixed on the cab, unblinking. I threw the truck into gear, lurching forward, tires spinning briefly on the loose gravel before catching traction. The rig fishtailed onto the highway, water spraying up in arcs. In the rearview mirrors, it sprinted after me, arms pumping, legs churning unnaturally fast for the uneven terrain, silhouette elongated in the taillights. It kept pace for maybe 50 yards, closing the gap with a loping gait that didn't match any normal stride before the curve in the road swallowed it. My breath came in gasps as I accelerated, the rain easing slightly as I put miles between us. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived, tainted by the nagging question. How had it moved so quick, so silent until the end? I made it to a truck stop in Catlettsburg by dawn, pulling in among the idling semis, their exhaust mingling with the misty morning air. Inside, over eggs and hash browns that tasted like cardboard, I tried to shake it off. The place was buzzing with drivers swapping tails, road closures from flooding, delays in deliveries. I mentioned the footsteps casually, framing it as a weird encounter. A few chuckled, but one older guy, beard streaked with gray, leaned in. "Sounds like the Wanderer," he said, voice gravelly from years of smokes. Been hearing about him for decades. Tall fella, ragged clothes, stalks the pull-offs in bad weather. Some say he's a vet who cracked after Nam, living in the hills with a grudge against the world. Others reckon he's from one of them old families that never left the hollers, feral as a bobcat. Don't attack outright, just follows waits. Like he's testing you. The table went quiet, nods all around. They shared their own brushes, footsteps in the fog, shadows that paced but never approached. I laughed it off then, blaming the late hour in the storm, but the seed of unease took root, burrowing deep. The weather cleared for a spell after that, blue skies stretching over the ridges like a promise. I pushed the memory aside, focusing on the runs, up to Charleston, down to Knoxville, the familiar hum of the road, soothing the edges. But Appalachia doesn't forget, and neither do its shadows. The rains came back a week later, another front rolling and heavy and dark. I was on a similar haul, this time through the Daniel Boone National Forest, when fatigue hit again around 2 a.m. Pulled into a remote lot off Route 460, engine rumbling against the downpour. The isolation pressed in, trees swaying like conspirators. I sipped coffee, scanned the mirrors, nothing. But then the footsteps returned. Slow, crunching gravel, circling from the back. My stomach dropped. I dimmed the lights, heart pounding, and there it was, the same tall form, ragged clothes, brimmed hat dripping water. Pacing deliberate, pausing at the door, that heavy breathing seeping through the cracks. I didn't wait this time. Gunned the engine and peeled out, mirrors showing it sprinting after, arms pumping with that eerie speed. Lost in the curves again, but the pattern was set. Over the next months, it happened sporadically, always in the rain, always at remote stops. A gravel pull-off in Breathitt County. Footsteps echoing closer, breathing at the window. A forested levee near Moorhead. The pacing, the testing rattles on the door. Each time, I'd bolt, and it'd chase briefly before vanishing into the woods. No damage, no theft, just the pursuit, patient and unrelenting. I started varying my routes, avoiding the usual spots, but the mountains are vast, yet interconnected, old logging roads linking hollers in ways maps don't show. Could it be following me, slipping through the underbrush parallel to the highways? Or was it coincidence, a network of wanderers sharing the same broken mold? I dug deeper, asking around at diners and fuel stops. An old mechanic in Jackson told me about a man who disappeared in the 70s. A trucker like me, last seen in a storm, rig found abandoned with footprints circling it in the mud. Folks say he became the Wanderer, the mechanic whispered, eyes flicking to the window. Driven by some grudge, stalking others to share his misery. A waitress in Winchester mentioned similar legends. Feral survivors from forgotten communities, resenting the outsiders who carved through their territory. Not ghosts, but real people twisted by isolation and hardship. The stories varied, but the core was the same: patience, persistence, a quiet grudge that builds like storm clouds. Nights now, I drive with the radio on constant, drowning out any external sounds. I've installed extra locks, carry a tire iron within reach, even reported it to Highway Patrol, but without evidence, it's just another tall tale. The encounters have slowed, but not stopped. Last week, during a light drizzle on Route 23, I pulled over briefly, and there they were, footsteps crunching, faint but unmistakable. I didn't look back, just drove, but the breathing lingered in my mind, heavy and close. The dread is in the waiting, the knowledge that in these veiled Appalachian nights, it might catch up. One day, the door might give, the pacing might end in entry. I keep hauling because the road's all I know, but every raindrop on the roof sounds like a footfall, reminding me that out there, in the torrential darkness, something patient is still circling, savoring the approach. And I wonder, in the quiet moments, if it's really a stranger, or if the mountains are calling me home in ways I can't escape. Story 4. I've been logging trucks through the Great Smoky Mountains for over 20 years, ever since I traded the cramped confines of a factory job for the open road and the scent of fresh-cut pine. The Smokies have a way of getting under your skin. Ancient ridges cloaked in mist, valleys where the fog hangs like a shroud, and forests so dense they swallow sound whole. I grew up on the Tennessee side, in a little town called Gatlinburg, where the tourists come for the views, but the locals know better than to wander too far off the trails. Stories circulate like wildfire in those parts. Feral families hiding in forgotten cabins, hermits who watch from the tree lean with eyes sharpened by solitude, legends of folks who vanished in storms and left only echoes behind. I always dismissed them as tall tales, the kind spun over campfires to spook the kids. But these mountains don't care what you believe. They just wait, patient as the roots burrowing deep into the earth. That night in the heart of Tennessee, hauling a load of oak logs from Cherokee to Knoxville, the rain turned the world into a watery grave, and the eyes appeared. They've been watching me ever since, a silent scrutiny that turns every shadow into a threat. The storm snuck up on me as I crossed into the national park boundaries, the kind of deluge that starts with a few fat drops and builds to a roar, washing the roads clean of everything but regret. It was midnight or close to it, the dashboard clock glowing green in the dim cab. I've been driving since dawn, muscles aching from wrestling the wheel on those winding switchbacks where the Smokies rise like sleeping giants. My rig, a weathered Mack with chains on the tires for the mud, groaned under the weight of the logs, and the rain made the pavement treacherous, hydroplaning around curves, water pooling in ruts like traps. Visibility dropped to nothing. My headlights bounced off the sheets of rain, creating a tunnel of blurred gray. I needed to pull over, just for a bit, to let the worst pass and shake the fog from my head. There's a forested pull-off along Newfound Gap Road, not much more than a widened shoulder hemmed in by thick stands of hemlock and rhododendron. No signs, no lights, just a spot locals use to fish or smoke, hidden from the main flow of traffic. I eased in, tires sinking slightly into the softened earth, and idled the engine. The rain drummed on the roof like impatient fingers drowning out the world. Sitting there, I cracked a window for air, the cool mist seeping in with the earthy smell of wet bark and decaying leaves. The trees swayed in the wind, branches scraping against the cab's roof like nails on a chalkboard, soft at first, then insistent. I poured coffee from my thermos, black and bitter, and leaned back, eyes half closed, listening to the storm's symphony. The isolation was familiar, almost comforting after the chaos of loading docks and way stations. No cell signal out here, no CB chatter piercing the static. Just me and the mountains, locked in a quiet standoff. I glanced at the side mirrors out of habit, checking for deer or fallen limbs, but the reflection showed only darkness and the faint outline of trunks twisting into the night. That's when I felt it, a prickle on the back of my neck, the kind that comes from being watched. Not imagined, real, like a gaze boring into you from across a room. I sat up straighter, scanning the tree lean through the rain-streaked glass. Nothing at first, just the underbrush shivering in the gusts. Then, the eyes appeared. 2 points of reflection in the dense foliage, about human height, maybe 30 feet back from the road. Unblinking, steady as stars, glowing faintly in the spillover from my parking lights. Not animal eyes, those dart and flicker, wild with instinct. These were intent, focused like they were studying me. My heart quickened, a slow thud that matched the rain's rhythm. I told myself it was a raccoon or a fox, perched oddly, but the height was wrong, the stare too deliberate. I flicked on the high beams, the sudden glare cutting through the downpour like a knife. There, in the harsh light, a pale face, expressionless, rain matting dark hair to the skin like a second layer. No hood, no coat, just sodden clothes clinging to a lean frame, half hidden behind a trunk. It didn't flinch from the beams, didn't shield its eyes or turn away, just stared back, unyielding, as if memorizing every detail of my cab, my face, my rig. Unease coiled in my gut, cold and tight. Who wanders these woods in a storm like this? A hiker caught out? Possible, but no backpack, no gear flashing in the light. A local? The pull-off was miles from any cabin or trailhead. The face was gaunt, features sharp under the pallor. Man or woman, hard to tell at that distance. But the eyes held me, dark pools reflecting nothing but intent. I locked the doors, though they were already bolted, and reached for my flashlight, a heavy one stowed under the seat. Shining it out, I swept the beam across the trees. The figure shifted slightly, stepping into a gap between trunks, weaving closer with a silent grace that belied the muddy terrain. No sound, no splash of boots and puddles, no crack of branches, just fluid movement like it knew every root and stone by heart. 20 feet now, the rain blurring the details but not the gaze, probing, as if peeling back layers of my life with each unblinking second. Panic started to build, slow like the rising creek beds in the valleys below. I yelled out the cracked window, "Hey, you need help." My voice sounded thin, swallowed by the storm. No response, just that steady advance, one step at a time through the underbrush. The trees seemed to conspire, branches dipping low as if to shield it from view. I secured the window tight, the cab feeling smaller, more vulnerable. Then a hand emerged from the gloom, pale, fingers splayed, pressing palm flat against the passenger window. A smeared print bloomed on the glass, water trickling down like veins. No knock, no scratch, just pressure, deliberate, as if testing the barrier or leaving a mark. The face was closer now, inches from the pane, breath not fogging the cold glass, but eyes locked on mine, expressionless yet somehow hungry. I could make out more, scars or dirt streaking the cheeks, hair plastered like weeds, clothes ragged from thorns or time. My hand shook as I twisted the key, the engine rumbling to life with a growl that shattered the quiet. I threw the truck into gear, lurching forward, tires spinning briefly on the slick pull-off before gripping asphalt. Hydroplaning for a terrifying second, the rig fishtailed, logs shifting with a groan. In the side mirror, it paralleled the road, darting between trunks like a shadow unbound, keeping pace with unnatural agility, weaving through the woods as if the trees parted for it. Arms not pumping wildly but controlled, body low and fluid, vanishing and reappearing in flashes of my taillights. I pushed the accelerator, the speed climbing dangerously on the wet curves, until the figure fell behind, swallowed by the forest. The rain eased after a few miles, turning to a drizzle, and I breathed again, knuckles aching from gripping the wheel. Made it to a truck stop outside Sevierville by first light, parking among the humming semis, their presence a fragile shield. Inside, over greasy bacon and eggs that sat heavy in my stomach, I tried to rationalize it. Exhaustion, maybe a trick of the light and storm. But the handprint lingered on the window, smeared but real, until I wiped it away with a rag. I mentioned it vaguely to the regulars, not wanting to sound unhinged. One driver, face creased like old leather, nodded slow. The watcher, he muttered, stirring his coffee. Heard tell of them in these parts. Recluse, they say, folks who broke from society, living in the deep woods, observant from afar. Pick their marks, study 'em quiet-like, waitin' for the right moment. Ain't about chasing, it's the watching that gets you. The table shared stories, eyes in the thickets on rainy halls, figures that stare but never speak, legends of hermits descended from moonshiners or Civil War deserters, twisted by generations of isolation. Not killers, maybe just observers with malice brewing slow, selecting prey like a spider in its web. The sun burned off the clouds that day, and I delivered my load without incident, the memory fading like mist. But the Smokies don't let go easy. Rains returned a few days later, another storm front pushing through the region. On a back road near Cosby, hauling pine this time, fatigue forced a stop at a similar forested pull-off. The paranoia hit quick, scanning the treeline, mirrors angled wide. Nothing at first, but then eyes reflecting in the underbrush, unblinking and intent. I didn't wait, gunned it out of there, but in the glimpses it watched stepping closer as I fled. Happened again near Bryson City, then on the North Carolina side. Always in the rain, always from the woods, that pale face materializing like a ghost from the green. I started avoiding those routes when storms loomed, sticking to interstates with their bright lights and traffic. But the job demands the backways, the shortcuts through the heart of the mountains. I asked around more, digging into the folklore at diners along the Blue Ridge. An old park ranger in a faded uniform spoke of wood watchers, people who'd gone feral after losing everything in floods or fires, surviving on berries and game, resenting the intruders who logged their domain. They don't attack, he said, voice low. Just watch. Learn your habits, your routes. Build the dread till you make a mistake. A waitress in Townsend mentioned a hiker who vanished years back, last seen staring into the woods as if called. The tales varied, but the chill was the same. No dramatic chases, just endless observation, a quiet malice that erodes your nerve mile by mile. Months have passed, the sightings sporadic but persistent. A flash of eyes in a rain-soaked thicket near Klingman's Dome, a silhouette watching from the ferns on a foggy haul. I've cleaned the windows obsessively, installed trail cams on the rig that catch nothing but wildlife. Reported it to authorities. Vague descriptions met with sympathetic nods and no follow-up. The realism gnaws at me. Not some monster, but a person, broken and real, hidden in the vast wilderness where search parties fear to tread. Rainy routes now bring a constant scan of the woods, every rustle a potential gaze. I drive on, because quitting means admitting defeat to the shadows. But solitude feels like a lure now, drawing whatever's out there closer with each isolated stop. In Appalachia's rainy vale, the watching never ends. It builds, patient and probing, until the moment it decides to act. And I wonder, in the quiet cab at night, if those eyes have already memorized enough to know exactly when that will be. Story 5. I've been running long-haul trucks through the winding veins of Appalachia for nearly 2 decades, ever since I left the sawmills of Southern Virginia for a life where the only boss is the road ahead. The pay keeps the bills at bay, and there's something about the isolation that suits a man like me. Quiet stretches where the mountains fold in on themselves, hollers echoing with the ghosts of old timber camps and forgotten farms. I grew up in a speck of a town near Galax, where the Blue Ridge meets the sky, and folks still swap tales of feral people scraping by in derelict cabins, or wanderers who slip through the fog like smoke from a dying fire. I never put much stock in them, figuring they were born from too many lonely nights and not enough sleep. But these back roads have a way of blurring the line between what's real and what your mind conjures in the dark. They test you, wear you down with their endless curves and sudden drops, especially when the rains come. That night on US 21, snaking through the Jefferson National Forest, the storm turned my rig into a solitary island, and the silent hitchhiker appeared. It's been years, but the memory clings like damp earth, turning every rainy stop into a question mark I can't erase. The weather had been threatening all day as I loaded up in Roanoke with a shipment of auto parts bound for Bristol. By evening, the clouds broke open, dumping rain that hammered the cab like gravel from a dump truck. US 21 is a beast in good conditions. Tight turns hugging the ridges, drop-offs in a thick woods where the undergrowth swallows anything that falls. At night, in a downpour, it's a nightmare. Wipers slashing futilely, headlights bouncing off the water like lost signals. I've been pushing hard, caffeine from truck stop coffee buzzing in my veins, keeping the drowsiness at bay. Around midnight, the isolation hit peak. No other vehicles for miles, just the endless ribbon of road flanked by trees that leaned in like eavesdroppers. My eyes burned, shoulders knotted from fighting the wheel. So when I spotted the figure by the roadside, thumb out in the classic hitchhiker pose, it took a second to register. It was drenched, motionless under the onslaught, standing on the narrow shoulder where the pavement met the ditch. No rain gear, just a dark outline, maybe a coat or jacket. Hood up, water cascading off like a statue in a fountain. Compassion tugged at me. I've picked up strays before, folks down on luck needing a lift to the next town. But instinct screamed no, Something off about the stillness, the way it didn't wave or step forward, just held that thumb rigid. Who hitches in this mess? Miles from anywhere. I slowed a touch, peering through the rain-streaked glass, but didn't stop. Accelerated past, glancing in the side mirror, and it vanished too quick. 1 second there, the next swallowed by the dark. No sign of movement into the woods or along the road. I shook it off, blaming the storm's tricks, the way rain distorts everything into phantoms. Miles ticked by, the road twisting deeper into the forest, fog rising from the warm earth to mingle with the downpour. Fatigue gnawed harder, my bladder protesting the endless drive. I spotted a foggy turnout ahead, an old logging pull-off, overgrown with ferns and flanked by dense pines, the kind of spot truckers use for a quick break when rest areas are scarce. No lights, no company, just a gravel patch rutted from years of use. I eased the rig in, tires crunching softly over the wet stones, and killed the engine. The rain's roar filled the void, a white noise that amplified the solitude, like a coffin lid sealing shut. I stepped out briefly, stretching my legs in the deluge, the cold water soaking my jeans as I relieved myself at the tree-line. The air was thick with the scent of pine sap and mud, the fog curling around trunks like fingers. Climbed back in quick, locking the doors out of habit, and wiped the steam from the windows with my sleeve. That's when I felt it, eyes on me, that prickling sensation of being observed. I glanced around the cab, then out into the murk. Nothing at first, just the swaying trees and sheets of rain. But in the rear view, adjusted for the trailer, there was the figure standing at the truck's rear, right by the taillights. As if teleported, no approach I'd heard or seen. Cloaked in shadow, same drenched outline, motionless despite the storm. My heart stuttered. How? I passed it miles back. No way it caught up on foot. Not in this terrain. I yelled out the window, "Hey, what the hell you want?" But the rain swallowed my voice, turning it to nothing. No response, just that presence, silent and insistent, like it was waiting for me to acknowledge it. Unease turned to a cold sweat. I started the engine, the rumble vibrating through the seat, but before I could shift gears, I felt the eyes again, boring in from behind. Glancing back through the small window into the trailer gap, a face peered through, pale and indistinct, lips moving silently as if mouthing words I couldn't hear. No sound escaped, just that eerie motion like a plea or a curse trapped in mine. Features blurred by rain and shadow, gaunt cheeks, dark eyes fixed on mine, unblinking. Panic surged. I slammed the truck into drive, accelerating away, tires spinning on the slick gravel before biting asphalt. As I pulled out, knocks echoed from the undercarriage, rhythmic, sinking with the wiper's swipe like something clinging below, banging against the frame. I swerved onto the highway, pushing speed, the knocks persisting for a mile or two before fading, as if whatever it was had dropped off into the night. I didn't stop again until dawn broke gray and reluctant over Wytheville, pulling into a bustling truck stop where the lights and chatter chased the shadows. Inside, nursing hot coffee that burned my tongue, I tried to piece it together. Hallucination from fatigue? Possible, but the knocks felt real, vibrations I could still sense in my bones. I mentioned it offhand to a couple of drivers at the counter, framing it as a weird night. One, an old-timer with a beard like steel wool, leaned in. "Silent hitcher," he whispered, eyes narrowing. "Been tales floatin' around these parts for years. Figure that appears in storms. Thumbs a ride, but never speaks. Some say it's a perpetual wanderer, a drifter who died on these roads decades back, still trying to get home. Others reckon it's feral folk slipping out from the deep woods, infiltrating rigs unseen to scavenge or worse." The group nodded, sharing their own encounters. Shadows boarding trailers in the rain, silent passengers vanishing at the next stop. I laughed it off then, blaming the caffeine crash, but the story lodged deep, a splinter I couldn't pull. The skies cleared for a week after that, crisp autumn air sharpening the ridges, and I buried the memory under routine hauls. Down to Abingdon, up to Marion, the familiar thrum of the engines soothing the edges. But Appalachia's weather is fickle, and the rains returned, another front sweeping and heavy with thunder. I was on a similar run, US 58 this time, cutting through the Mount Rogers area, when exhaustion forced a stop at a misty overlook around 1 a.m. The fog was thick, turning the world to milk, and as I stretched outside the cab, that prickling returned. Glanced back, and there it stood at the trailer's end, silent and drenched. No thumb this time, just watching. I bolted inside, locked up, and as I drove off, the knocks resumed from below, rhythmic and persistent, fading only after miles of frantic acceleration. It happened again near Damascus, then on a back road by the New River, always in the rain, always appearing where none should, that face peering silent through gaps or windows, lips moving without sound. No damage to the rig, no theft, just the intrusion, the quiet violation of my rolling haven. I checked the undercarriage at stops, flashlights sweeping for signs, mud prints, scratches, but nothing conclusive, just the echo of those knocks in my mind. Paranoia set in. I'd vary routes, avoid isolated turnouts, team up with buddies when possible. But the job demands solitude, those lonely stretches where the forest presses close. I started digging into the legends, asking around at diners along the border. A waitress in Independence spoke of a hitchhiker from the 50s, killed in a storm wreck, body never found. Now eternally seeking rides, blending into the downpours. An old forest ranger near Troutdale mentioned feral communities, descendants of moonshiners or Depression-era squatters, patient predators who use the weather as cover to approach vehicles, slipping aboard for warmth or food, silent as survival demands. They don't mean harm always, he said, staring into his coffee. But once they fix on you, it's like you're marked. A gamble every stop. The stories meshed with what I'd seen. Not bloodthirsty killers, but insistent intruders, eroding your sense of safety mile by mile. Years have blurred the edges, but the encounters persist, sporadic shadows in stormy isolation. A figure thumbing on a rainy shoulder near Fry's, vanishing quick only to reappear on my next break. Knocks from below on a foggy hall through Grayson Highlands. That pale face mouthing silent words through the rain. I've reinforced the rig, extra latches, motion lights, but it doesn't help. Reported it to state troopers, got sympathetic shrugs and advice to stay vigilant. The grounded terror gnaws. No dramatic attacks, just the relentless presence, the violation of space you thought secure. Appalachia's backroads breed such enigmas, where the rain hides patient predators, turning every turnout into a roll of the dice. I keep driving because what else is there? The mountains are home, there's secrets woven into my routes. But rainy nights revive the dread, that coffin lid isolation pressing down. I scan mirrors constantly, listen for knocks over the wiper's rhythm, wonder if the next silent hitchhiker will finally board unseen, lips moving with words I'll never hear. Is it one wanderer or many? A legend come alive? Or just the hill's way of reminding you you're never truly alone? The confusion lingers, a sorrowful ache for the safety I lost that night, leaving me to gamble with every stop, waiting for the intrusion that might not end in escape. Story 6. I've been hauling freight across the Appalachian chain for going on 16 years, from the cold, dusted valleys of West Virginia down to the misty ridges of North Carolina and beyond. It's a job that wears on you, the endless miles blurring into one long ribbon of asphalt, punctuated by truck stops where the coffee's always burnt and the stories flow like cheap diesel. I grew up in a hollow near Asheville, where the mountains cradle you close, their secrets buried in the folds of earth and fog. Folks there talk about the woods like they're alive. Feral people eking out lives in abandoned cabins. Legends of lost miners whose echoes still wander the trails. Strange sightings that leave you questioning the line between tired eyes and truth. I never bought into the supernatural stuff. Life's got enough real horrors without adding ghosts. But the isolation gets to you, especially on rainy nights when the world shrinks to your cab and the road ahead. The storms turn these highways into gauntlets. Water sheeting off the pavement. Fog rising like breath from the ground. That night crossing into North Carolina on I-40, drenched in a monsoon that felt personal, the flickering lights started tailing me. They've shadowed my thoughts ever since, a subtle dread that turns every set of headlights into a potential pursuer. The run started ordinary enough, picking up a load of textiles in Knoxville bound for Charlotte. The weather app had warned of showers, but by dusk, as I hit the interstate climbing into the Pisgah National Forest, it turned vicious, a full-blown monsoon, rain lashing sideways in gusts that rocked the rig. 40 through there is no joke. Steep grades, blind curves hugging the mountainside, guardrails that look flimsy against the drop-offs into blackened valleys. Around 1 a.m., my eyes stinging from the glare of my own lights reflecting off the water, I glanced in the mirrors, and there they were. Twin beams, distant at first, maybe a half-mile back, cutting through the sheets of rain. Erratic, dipping and weaving like they were signaling, high then low, left to right. No other traffic. The storm had cleared the road, leaving just us in a black expanse. I figured it was another trucker, maybe a car with a drunk at the wheel, but something felt off, the way they hung back, matching my pace without closing or passing. I sped up a touch, testing, pushing the needle to 65 on the slick pavement. They matched, beams steady in the mirror. Slowed to 50, and they loomed closer, lights swelling in the reflection. My cab felt smaller, the rain's roar amplifying the isolation, like the mountains were complicit, their ridges pressing in from either side. No radio chatter. The CB spat static drowned by the deluge. I tried hailing, "Breaker, this is Smokey Bear on 40 East. You got a copy on that tail?" Nothing but crackle. The lights persisted, erratic flashes now, like Morse code I couldn't read. Long beams, short dips repeating. Heart picking up, I scanned for an exit, spotting a ramp ahead near mile marker 20, leading to some backroad service area long abandoned. Pulled off slow, tires hydroplaning briefly, and eased onto the shoulder under a cluster of overhanging oaks. The pursuing lights followed onto the ramp, then extinguished abruptly, plunging the area into deeper dark. No engine sound, no crunch of gravel, just sudden silence broken by the rain. Unease settled like fog in my chest. I sat there a minute, engine idling, mirrors showing only blackness behind. Curiosity, or stupidity, got the better of me. Grabbed my umbrella from behind the seat, though it was useless in the wind, and stepped out briefly, boots splashing in puddles that soaked my cuffs. The air was heavy, scented with wet pine and ozone, the kind of chill that seeps into your bones. I shone my flashlight around, beams slicing through the downpour, illuminating dripping branches and the empty ramp. No vehicle in sight, no car, no truck, just the void where those lights should have been. Then, rustling, soft at first, like leaves in the breeze, but deliberate, circling from the woods flanking the exit. Footsteps? Hard to tell over the storm, but the hairs on my arms stood up. Something, or someone, moving in the deluge, shadows shifting just beyond the light's reach. I backed toward the cab, umbrella flipping inside out, and that's when I saw it. A note on the windshield, paper sodden but stuck firm, smeared ink scrawled in block letters. "Followed you home." Heart racing now, a cold spike of fear twisting in my gut. How? I've been out seconds, no one close. The words blurred in the rain, but they burned into my mind. Personal, threatening, like whoever left it knew more than they should. I yanked the door open, climbed in dripping, locked up tight. Cranked the engine higher, threw the rig into gear, and bolted back toward the interstate, tires spinning in the mud before catching. As I merged, glancing in the mirrors, the lights reappeared. Not from the ramp, but from the tree lean, beams flickering on suddenly, weaving dangerously close behind. No vehicle visible, just those disembodied lights, dipping and surging like they were alive, probing the road. I pushed the speed, hydroplaning around curves, the rig shuddering as I detoured onto a side road. Some old county Tulane, potholed and muddy, branching into the forest. The lights followed at first, erratic flashes illuminating the trees in strobes, but the mud slowed them, or whatever propelled them, and eventually, they faded, lost in the rearview haze. I didn't stop until a truck stopped near Morganton, pulling in as the sky lightened to a bruised gray. The lot was half full, rigs humming like sentinels, and I parked far from the edges under the floodlights. Inside, over eggs that tasted like ash, I tried to steady my nerves. The note was gone, washed away or snatched by the wind, but the words echoed. I mentioned the lights casually to the crowd at the counter, veteran haulers with faces like worn leather. One, a burly guy from Hendersonville, nodded slow. "Vehicular stalker," he muttered, sipping his joe. "Heard whispers bout it in these parts. Some nut using the storms as cover, targeting lone rigs. Modified lights, maybe on a four-wheeler or something silent, following for miles without confrontation. Leaves notes, plays games. Folks say it's a local gone bad. Lost his family in a wreck, blaming truckers ever since." The table shared grim nods, recounting their own brushes. Flickering tales on rainy nights. Notes with cryptic warnings, pursuits that erode your sanity mile by mile. No one ever caught. No place to report. Just the endless chase, subtle dread building like pressure in the hills. The sun burned through the clouds that day, and I delivered my load without further incident, the ordeal fading like a bad dream. But Appalachia's storms don't stay gone long. A week later, another front rolled in, heavy rain turning I-26 into a river. Hauling south from Johnson City, fatigue hit around midnight, and in the mirrors, those lights again. Distant at first, erratic signals cutting the black. I sped up, they matched, slow they loomed. No exit this time. I pushed through, but flashbacks gripped me, the note's words whispering in my head. Evaded by veering onto a Forest Service road. Losing them in the muck, but the paranoia lingered. It happened again, near Brevard, then on a back haul through the Nantahala. Always in the downpour, flickers in the periphery, pursuing without contact, lights weaving like accusations. I started changing patterns, varying speeds unpredictably, sticking to lit interstates when possible, teeming with convoys. But the job pulls you into the lonely stretches, where the mountains isolate you like prey. Dug into the lore at stops along the way. A diner owner in Waynesville spoke of a mechanic who'd vanished years back. His truck found abandoned with a note, "Followed you." Rumors pegged him as the stalker now, vehicular vengeance roaming the reins. A ranger near Hot Springs mentioned similar tales. Feral types rigging lights to ATVs, using the weather to harass intruders in their territory. No violence, but a quiet erosion of will. "It's the pursuit that breaks you," he said, eyes distant. No end, just the knowing they're out there, watching your taillights. Months blurred, the encounter sporadic but relentless. A flicker on a stormy detour near Franklin, lights signaling cryptic patterns. A note found after a brief stop near Silva, closer to home. Home, my trailer in Asheville, address unlisted. How? The dread built subtle, no dramatic confrontations. Just the endless chase, sanity fraying like worn treads. I've upgraded mirrors, installed dash cams that catch only glare, reported to troopers who file it under road rage with no leads. Truck stop whispers grow, more drivers sharing the fear, but no resolution. Nights now, I drive with the CB on constant scan, lights dim to avoid reflections. Rain brings the flashbacks, those erratic beams haunting the edges of vision. I keep hauling, because the road's my life, but in rainy Appalachia, the highways whisper warnings, rustles in the deluge, notes appearing like omens. The quiet pursuit never ceases, eroding mile by mile, leaving me to wonder if the stalker is one man, or many, or just the mountains themselves, following us home in ways we can't escape. The confusion saddens me, a lingering sorrow for the safety lost in the downpour, where every set of lights could be the one that finally closes in. Story 7. I've been driving semis through the Allegheny Mountains of Pennsylvania for close to 25 years, ever since I left the steel mills in Pittsburgh for a job that promised steady pay and the kind of freedom that comes from being alone with your thoughts. The Alleghenies are rugged country, deep valleys carved by ancient rivers, ridges blanketed in dense forest, and roads that twist like veins through the heart of it all. I grew up in a small town near Johnstown, where the floods of 77 left scars on the land and the people, and folks still tell stories around kitchen tables about the wild ones living off the grid in tumble-down cabins. Feral families descended from coal miners who never came up from the dark. Isolation is part of the deal up here. You learn to embrace it, or it breaks you. Rainy nights amplify everything. The patter on the roof like a lullaby, the fog rolling in thick as smoke, turning familiar routes into something alien. I've heard whispers from other drivers over greasy diner counters, strange sightings in the mist, eerie sounds that mimic the wind but feel too human. I always nodded along, chalking it up to long hours and bad coffee, until that midnight shift in the heart of the range, when the breathing started behind the cab. It's been a shadow on my runs ever since, a quiet intimacy of dread that makes every creak feel like company I don't want. The haul that night was routine, a load of machinery parts from Erie down to Altoona, nothing that couldn't wait out a storm. But the weather turned mean as I crossed into Cameron County, rain coming down in heavy curtains that blurred the world beyond my headlights. It was around midnight, the dashboard clock ticking slow, my eyes heavy from fighting the wheel on those narrow, potholed stretches of Route 120. The Alleghenies press close there, trees crowding the shoulders like silent watchers, their branches scraping the air with each gust. I've been sipping thermos coffee, black and gone cold, trying to stay sharp. A remote way station loomed ahead, one of those old unmanned spots tucked off the highway, just scales and a gravel lot surrounded by woods. No lights except a flickering sodium lamp over the platform, casting long shadows that danced in the downpour. I needed to log my hours, maybe close my eyes for 10 minutes while the storm raged. Hold in, tires crunching over wet stones, and cut the engine. The sudden quiet was deafening, broken only by the rain drumming on the roof, a steady rhythm that lulled like a false promise of peace. I leaned back in the seat, the cab my sanctuary, doors locked as always, windows fogged from my breath. The air smelled of diesel and damp upholstery, familiar comforts in the isolation. Outside, the forest loomed, black trunks vanishing into the mist, the kind of deep woods where trails lead to forgotten mining shafts and ramshackle cabins hidden from the world. I checked my mirrors out of habit, nothing but darkness and the faint glow of the lamp reflecting off puddles. Stretched my legs as best I could in the confined space, listening to the rain's symphony, letting it wash away the road's hum. That's when I heard it, breathing, labored close like someone winded from a climb, coming from the sleeper berth behind me. I froze, every muscle tensing. I was alone, had been since leaving the depot. No hitchhikers, no partners on this run. The berth was empty. I tossed my duffel there earlier, nothing else. At first, I thought it was the wind whistling through a seal, or maybe the rain echoing oddly in the cab. But no, it was distinct, inhalations deep and ragged, exhales soft but audible over the storm. I sat still, heart picking up a notch, straining to listen. It synced with my own breathing at first, mirroring each rise and fall of my chest, like an echo in a cave. Then it diverged, slower, deeper, almost mocking, as if whatever it was had been playing along and now revealed itself. A chill crawled up my spine, the kind that comes from realizing you're not as alone as you thought. I glanced over my shoulder, the curtain partitioning the berth swaying slightly in the draft. Nothing visible in the dim glow from the dash lights. "Hello," I muttered, voice low, feeling foolish. No answer, just the breathing, steady now, closer somehow, like it was right at the edge of the partition. Panic started slow, a knot in my gut tightening with each mismatched breath. I reached for my flashlight, the heavy one I keep for breakdowns, and shone it back there. The beam cut through the shadows, illuminating my duffel, a crumpled jacket, nothing out of place. But then a shift, a shadow moved in the dim, human-shaped, pressed against the curtain from the other side. Tall, indistinct, but unmistakably there, outline broadening, as if leaning in. My breath caught. How? Doors locked, no windows cracked, no way in without me hearing. The rig was sealed tight against the rain. The breathing grew heavier, closer to my ear now, like whoever, or whatever, It was had inched forward, savoring the proximity. I could almost feel the warmth of it, damp and unnatural, brushing the hairs on my neck. Adrenaline flooded me. I twisted the key, the engine roaring to life with a jolt that shook the cab, blasted the heat full force, vents whining as hot air poured out, hoping to dispel whatever illusion this was. But then, a hand grazed my shoulder. Cold, wet, fingers brushing light as a whisper trailing down my arm before withdrawing. I yelped, swatting at nothing, the touch lingering like icy water on my skin. Spun around, flashlight swinging wild. The berth empty again, curtains still, no sign of intrusion. Heart hammering, I threw the truck into gear and sped away, gravel spraying as I lurched back onto the highway. The rain intensified, wipers slashing furiously, but the breathing echoed in my memory, sinking and diverging in my mind long after the way station faded in the mirrors. I didn't stop until a brightly lit plaza near Lock Haven, pulling in among other rigs, their idling engines a chorus of normalcy. Dawn brought weak light filtering through the clouds, and I inspected the cab top to bottom. No mud tracks, no water pools, no evidence anyone had been there. The touch on my shoulder? Maybe a drip from the roof, my imagination running wild. But the breathing that stuck, a visceral memory that made my skin crawl. Over breakfast at the attached diner, eggs congealing on the plate, I broached it with a couple of regulars, grizzled types with routes like mine. One, a lanky fella from Du Bois, leaned in close. "The breather," he said, voice hushed like he was sharing a secret. "Heard it from old-timers. Slips into rigs during storms, quiet as mist. Some say he's a feral soul, lived too long in the hollers, feed in on fear like its sustenance. Others reckon he's a ghost of a driver who froze in his berth back in the 60s, still seeking warmth. Don't break in, just appears. Breathes with you, touches cold, then gone." The table went quiet, nods exchanged, stories trickling out. Similar encounters in rainy pull-offs, shadows and sleepers, hands grazing in the dark. I forced a laugh, blamed exhaustion, but the seed was planted, rooting deep in the fertile soil of doubt. The weather cleared for a spell, crisp winds sweeping the ridges clean, and I pushed the incident aside, focusing on the halls. Up to Warren, down to Clearfield, the rhythm of the Rotobahn. But the Alleghenies hold their mysteries tight, releasing them only when the skies darken. A front moved in days later, rain pattering soft at first, then building to a torrent. I was on Route 219, midnight again, fatigue pulling at my eyelids like weights. Stopped at a similar remote spot, a forgotten lot off the highway. Engine off, rain drumming that familiar lullaby. Closed my eyes, drifting when the breathing returned. Labored close from the berth. Synced at first, then diverging, mocking. I bolted upright, flashlight in hand. Shadow shifting against the curtain, human outline pressing in. Yelled, "Get out!" but only the storm answered. Started the engine, heat blasting, and felt that graze cold, wet hand on my neck this time, fingers lingering a second longer before vanishing. Sped off, berth empty upon frantic check at the next light. It happened sporadically after that, always in the rain, always at isolated stops. A way station near Kane, breathing, sinking, shadow leaning, hand brushing my arm. A pull-off in the Kinzua Valley, exhales diverging, cold touch on my back. No forced entry, no traces left. Just the infiltration, quiet and intimate, like whatever was savored the shared space, feeding on the spike of fear it provoked. I'd vary my brakes, stick to lit plazas with company, but the job demands those lonely midnight pauses where the forest creeps close and the rain veils everything. Paranoia set in, every creak amplified, every exhale my own or not. I'd rig alarms, check seals obsessively, nothing helped. The dread built slow, an erosion of sanity in the veiled isolation of these hills. I started asking around more, piecing together the whispers at truck stops along the range. A mechanic in Ridgeway told of a recluse spotted in the 80s, ragged and wild, slipping through storms to huddle in unlocked vehicles for warmth, breathing heavy from the cold. Folks say he never left, the mechanic murmured. Just got better at hiding, feed in on the terror he causes. A waitress near Emporium shared a tale of a driver gone missing. His rig found with the heater cranked, berth empty, but for a damp handprint on the curtain. The legends blurred, feral survivor or spectral echo, but the core chilled. No violence, just presence, an unexplainable intrusion that leaves you questioning your solitude. Years have dulled the sharp edges, but the encounters linger, faint breaths in memory that surface with every storm. A shadow in the berth near Bradford last month, hand grazing cold as I fled. I've considered quitting, trading the road for something grounded, but these mountains are in my blood. Their secrets a part of me now. Rainy nights amplify it all. Every creak a footstep, every exhale an echo. Drivers still whisper of the breather, slipping unseen during deluges, drawn to the warmth of fear. Is it one entity or many? A person twisted by the wild, or the hills themselves breathing life into their legends? The confusion saddens me, a sorrowful wait for the haven lost in my cab. I drive on, listening in the dark, wondering if the next labored breath will sink forever, a quiet intimacy I can't escape in Appalachia's veiled embrace. Story 8. I've been trucking the back roads of the South for over 2 decades, ever since I traded the humidity of Atlanta's warehouses for the open highway and the promise of seeing more than concrete walls. The pay keeps me going, and there's a certain peace in the rhythm. The hum of the engine, the flash of reflectors on guardrails, the way the forests swallow you whole in places like the Chattahoochee National Forest in northern Georgia. I grew up not far from there, in a little town called Dahlonega, with a gold rush left behind more legends than nuggets, and folks still whisper about feral people hiding in the deep woods, families gone wild after generations off the grid, surviving on what the land provides and resenting anyone who intrudes. I've heard the stories at truck stops, strange sightings in the mist, eerie sounds that mimic the wind but carry words, unexplainable dread that settles in your bones like damp cold. I always took them as entertainment, something to pass the time over cold biscuits and gravy. But these mountains don't care about skepticism. They just wait, cloaked in their ancient greenery, for the right moment to reveal what's hidden. That stormy night hauling lumber through the Chattahoochee, the rain turned everything uncertain and the murmurs started. They've echoed in my head ever since, a quiet build of dread where knowledge becomes a weapon, turning the known into something terrifying. The run had started smooth enough, picking up a load of pine logs in Gainesville bound for a mill in Chattanooga. But as night fell, a front rolled in from the Gulf, heavy and unrelenting, the kind of storm that makes the roads slick and the visibility drop to near zero. Around 4 a.m., my eyes were blurring from staring at the hypnotic swipe of the wipers, the headlights catching only sheets of water and the occasional glint of eyes from deer frozen on the shoulder. Route 60 through the forest is desolate at that hour. Twisting climbs, dense trees pressing close like they're trying to reclaim the asphalt. No cell signal for miles. I've been fighting fatigue, coffee sloshing in my cup, holder gone tepid, when I realized I'd missed a turn in the downpour. Needed to check the map, the old paper one I keep as backup since GPS flakes out in these hollers. Spotted a widened shoulder ahead, a gravel pull-off half overgrown with ferns, the kind loggers use for brakes. Eased the rig onto it, tires sinking slightly into the softened earth, and killed the lights to save the battery, leaving just the hazards flashing orange in the mist. Sitting there, the cab felt like a bubble in the chaos, rain hammering the roof in a relentless tattoo. The air was thick with the scent of wet pine and loam seeping through the vents, the forest a wall of black beyond the windows. I unfolded the map under the dome light, tracing routes with a finger calloused from years of shifting gears. The storm cloaked everything in uncertainty, fog rolling up from the valleys, turning the world to a hazy gray. That's when the murmurs arose. Low at first, indistinct, like the wind sighing through cracks or leaves rustling in the gusts. I paused, head cocked, thinking it was the radio static I'd left on low. But no, the CB was silent, just white noise. The sounds coalesced, words forming faint but clear. Gainesville to Chattanooga, logs heavy. Stop at Dahlonega for fuel. My routes, my plans, recited like a logbook entry. My heart skipped, a cold prickle running down my arms. How? I hadn't radioed that to anyone, hadn't stopped since loading. I dimmed the light, peering out the driver's side window into the mist. The rain blurred details, but there, hunched on the shoulder nearby, maybe 10 feet away, a figure. Slender, ragged clothes sodden and clinging, face shadowed under a wide-brimmed hat or hood, water streaming down like tears. Lips moving steadily, eyes fixed on my cab through the deluge. No aggression, no step forward, just that hunched posture, murmuring continuous, weaving in personal details. Wife's name, Linda, kids in Atlanta, birthday last week. Things no stranger should know, pulled from my life like threads from a sweater. My breath fogged the glass. I wiped it clear, staring back. The voice was low, carried somehow over the storm. Male, I think, roughened by exposure, but deliberate like recitation from memory. Unease built slow, a knot in my stomach tightening. Was it a vagrant, eavesdropping on CB chatter from miles back? Or something deeper, someone who'd been watching, noting my habits? Panic edged in, quiet but insistent. I yelled, "Hey, who are you? Get away from here." But the rain swallowed my words, turning them to nothing. The figure didn't flinch, lips still moving, now lacing in threats soft as whispers. Accident on the curve. Log spill. No one finds you. Not shouted, just murmured, matter of fact, like inevitabilities. My hands shook as I folded the map, started the engine with a roar that cut the night. Threw the truck into gear, lurching forward, gravel spraying as I swung back onto the pavement. In the side mirror, the figure straightened slightly, still murmuring, but as I accelerated, the voice followed, via the wind whipping through the vents, or my imagination. Faint echoes, see you soon, rainy nights. I pushed the speed, hydroplaning briefly around a bend, the rig shuddering under the load. The murmurs faded with distance, lost in the storm's roar, but the dread lingered, a chill that no heater could touch. I didn't stop again until a truck stopped near Appalachia, pulling in as the sky lightened to a sullen dawn. The lot was sparse, a few rigs idling, exhaust mingling with the mist. Inside, over hash browns that stuck in my throat, I tried to shake it off. Hallucination? Possible, with the late hour and fatigue. But the details, the routes, the personal bits, felt too precise. Mention it vaguely to the regulars, not want to sound off my rocker. A weather driver from Rome leaned across the counter. "Roadside oracle," he said, voice low like he was sharing contraband. That's what they call it around here. Figure that haunts the shoulders in storms, murmuring secrets and threats. Some say it's a feral old-timer, lived in the Chattahoochee since the 70s, picking up on radio talk, following trucks for sport. Others reckon it's malevolent, a stalker using words to unnerve, driving you to mistakes. Don't attack, just talks, knows things it shouldn't. The diner went quiet, nods and shared glances. They traded tales, murmurs naming family, predicting breakdowns, echoes that follow for miles. I forced a chuckle, blamed the weather, but the story burrowed in, feeding on the uncertainty. The sun chased the clouds away that day, and I delivered my load without issue, the encounter fading like fog in the heat. But Georgia's weather turns quick, and the rains came back a few nights later, another squall line pushing through the region. Hauling south on Route 515, exhaustion hit around 3 a.m., forcing a shoulder stop for a quick check of the straps. The mist was thick, cloaking the forest in gray, and as I sat there, the murmurs rose again, low, from the treeline. Ella J stopped, talked too much. Personal, probing, weaving in details from the diner chat. Peered out, a hunched figure nearby, lips moving, eyes fixed. Threats murmured soft. Family visits soon. Accident waits. Drove off fast, but the voice trailed via the wind. Faint echoes dogging me for miles until the rain eased. It became a pattern, sporadic but tied to the storms. A misty shoulder near Helen. Murmurs recounting my routes, personal life, laced with veiled warnings, tires slick, curve sharp, figure hunched, unyielding. Another near Blairsville, words following as I fled. Linda worries. You won't call. No physical chase, just the stalking through words, knowledge gathered from who knows where. Overheard calls, shadowed stops. The quiet build unnerved me more than any confrontation. Dread in the known, the way it turned my life into ammunition. I'd vary patterns, different routes, fewer stops, but the forest is vast, interconnected by old logging paths, easy for someone to parallel unseen. I dug deeper, asking around at stops along the Chattahoochee. A ranger in a faded uniform near such as spoke of a whisper man, a recluse spotted decades back, ragged and wild, mumbling to himself in the woods. Folks say he went feral after losing his kin in a flood, the ranger said, staring into the rain. Learns about you from the airwaves, the chatter. Uses it to spook, maybe drive you away from his territory. Not violent, just words, but they cut deep. A waitress in Cleveland mentioned similar legends. A malevolent oracle, perhaps a network of wanderers sharing intel, preying on the lone with murmured threats. The tales varied, but the core chilled. No aggression, just recitation, building dread until you question every decision, every shadow. Months turned to years, the encounters fading but never gone. A storm last week on Route 348. Murmurs from the misty shoulder, figure hunched, words weaving personal threads with soft threats. Home soon, but not alone. Drove off, echoes following faint. I've installed a better CB filter, keep logs private, even change numbers, but it doesn't stop the paranoia. Rainy halls now amplify every gust, every rustle, turning wind into whispers. Truckers still murmur of the oracle, but no one's caught it. No proof beyond the lingering fear. Is it one person, feral and cunning, or many? A legend born from isolation, or the forest itself speaking secrets? The confusion weighs heavy, a sorrow for the privacy lost, the safety eroded by words alone. I keep hauling because the road's my life, but in Georgia's veiled storms, the shoulders whisper warnings I can't ignore. The quiet build continues, knowledge as a weapon, leaving me to wonder when the murmurs will predict something I can't outrun, turning the known into inescapable dread. Story 9. I've been running trucks through the hollows and ridges of West Virginia for almost 23 years, ever since I left the mines in Boone County for something that felt like breathing room. The pay keeps the lights on, and the roads, those endless, twisting two lanes, have become as familiar as the lines on my own hands. But familiarity doesn't mean safe. These mountains are old, worn down by time and weather, full of forgotten coal camps and crumbling cabins tucked so deep in the folds of the hills that even the sun struggles to reach them. Folks around here still talk about the people who live off the grid, descendants of miners who never left, or families who turned feral after the jobs dried up and the roads out closed for good. They say some of them climb the cliffs at night, moving like shadows between the ledges, watching the world below with a patience born from hunger and resentment. I always listen to those stories the way you listen to wind through the pines. Background noise, nothing more. Until that rainy midnight on the back roads near Gauley Bridge, when the clinging figure found me. The memory clings tighter than any grip I've ever felt. A quiet resolve that turns every slick curve into a reminder that some things in these hills don't let go easy. The storm had been building all evening as I hauled a load of gravel from a quarry near Charleston up towards Summersville. By the time I turned on a Route 39, the rain was coming down in ropes, turning the narrow mountain road into a black mirror that reflected my headlights back at me in distorted streaks. The pavement was slick as ice, the curves hairpin tight, dropping off into darkness on one side and pressing against sheer rock on the other. I drove slow, wipers on high, the rhythm of their slap against the glass the only steady thing in the night. Around midnight, fatigue was starting to tug at the edges of my vision, but I couldn't stop. Not here, not with the load shifting every time I braked too hard. I kept my eyes on the road, hands tight on the wheel, telling myself just a few more miles to the straightaway where the road leveled out. Then came the thump. Not loud, but solid, a dull impact against the trailer like something heavy had dropped onto the frame from above. I felt it through the seat, a vibration that ran up my spine. My first thought was a branch, maybe a rock dislodged by the rain, but the sound was too deliberate, too close to the cab. I glanced in the side mirrors, rain streaking the glass, and there it was, a form clinging to the side of the trailer, rain-slicked and dark, arms wrapped around the edge of the tarp straps, legs braced against the frame. Human shape, tall and lean, moving with a determined crawl toward the cab. No coat, no hat, just soaked clothes plastered to skin, hair matted flat, water streaming off in rivulets. Fingers gripped the metal edges, knuckles white even in the dim tail-light glow, pulling itself forward inch by inch. My heart slammed against my ribs. I jerked the wheel, swerving hard toward the rock wall, hoping to scrape it off. The rig shuddered, tires screaming on wet asphalt, but the figure held, body flattening against the trailer, arms locked, face turning toward me for a split second. Blank expression, eyes wide and intent, mouth set in a line that wasn't quite a grimace. No fear, no anger, just focus like it had been waiting for this moment. I straightened out, the trailer swaying dangerously, and accelerated, the engine roaring as I pushed through the next curve. In the mirror, it kept crawling, hand over hand, closer to the cab. Rain lashed its face, but it didn't blink, didn't slip. I could almost hear the wet slap of palms on metal over the storm. Panic rose sharp and cold. I swerved again, this time toward the drop-off, then back, trying to throw it loose. The rig fishtailed, gravel spraying from the shoulder, but the grip held, tenacious, almost mechanical. The figure reached the cab, one hand slapping against the passenger door frame, fingers hooking under the mirror. I locked the doors instinctively, though they were already bolted, and yelled into the empty cab. "Get off! Get the hell off!" My voice cracked, swallowed by the rain. Then its face pressed to the glass, close enough that I could see the pale skin, the stubble, the way water beaded on the eyelashes. Blank stare, intent, unreadable. Lips moved, but no sound came through the storm, or maybe I just couldn't hear over my own pulse hammering in my ears. The road straightened for a brief stretch, a rare flat run before the next climb. I floored it, the rig lurching forward, trailer swaying violently. The figure's grip faltered, fingers slipping on the wet metal, body sliding back along the frame. One last desperate lunge, hand slapping the side, then it dropped away, vanishing into the dark shoulder in a blur of rain and shadow. I didn't slow down, pushed through the next curves, tires hydroplaning, heart still racing, until I reached the lights of a small gas station near Richwood. Pulled in under the canopy, engine idling, and sat there shaking, staring at my hands on the wheel. I stepped out, flashlight in hand, rain soaking me in seconds. Walked the length of the trailer, beams sweeping over the frame. No damage, no scratches that hadn't been there before, no footprints in the mud. Just the wet tarp, dripping, and the faint smear where a hand might have pressed. I climbed back in, locked the doors again, and drove on, the memory of that grip burning in my mind like frostbite. The weather cleared the next day, but the dread stayed. I started checking my mirrors more often, scanning the shoulders on rainy runs. A week later, another storm rolled through, heavy and slow-moving, turning the roads to black glass. I was on a similar route, hauling coal this time, when the thump came again. Same spot, same vibration. Mirrors showed it. The figure clinging to the trailer, crawling forward with that same determined patience. I swerved, accelerated, lost it on the straightaway, but the fear lingered longer each time. It happened again near Anstead, then on Route 60 near the New River Gorge. Always in the pouring rain, always the thump, the crawl, the brief press of face to glass. I asked around at truck stops, keeping my voice low. An old-timer with a face like cracked bark leaned across his coffee. Cliff climbers, he muttered. Some call 'em ledge folk. Live up on the high walls, in them old mine shacks nobody remembers. They come down when the weather's bad. when folks like us are vulnerable. Don't talk much, don't steal, just cling. Like they're trying to ride with you, or maybe drag you off into the dark with them. Others nodded, sharing their own brushes. Thumps on trailers, shadows on the frame, grips that hold through curves that should shake anything loose. Legends say they're descendants of men who worked the high seams, learned to scale rock faces like spiders, then lost everything when the mines closed. Resentment turned to something quieter, more patient, preying on the lonely haulers who cut through their territory. I tried changing routes, sticking to interstates when I could, but the back roads are shorter, pay better, and the job doesn't ask for your comfort. Last month, during a slow, steady rain near the Gauley River, the thump came again. I felt it before I saw it. The vibration, the weight shifting. Mirrors showed the figure, rain-slicked and clinging, crawling with that same quiet resolve. I didn't swerve this time, just drove, steady, watching it in the reflection. It reached the cab, face pressing to the glass, once more, blank, intent, eyes locked on mine. No threat in the gaze, just persistence. At the next straightaway, it let go, dropping into the dark without a sound. I keep driving because it's all I know, but every rainy night revives the grip, the crawl, the press of cold face to glass. I check the mirrors constantly, listen for that thump over the rain, wonder if the next time it will hold on longer, if the straightaway won't come soon enough. Is it one person moving between the ridges, or many, silent, determined, drawn to the vulnerable like moths to a flame? The realism chills deeper than any ghost story. Physical tenacity, a quiet resolve born from lives worn down by the same mountains that wear me down. In West Virginia's storms, the clinging never truly ends. It just waits for the next slick curve, the next moment when the road turns treacherous and the grip finds purchase again. I drive on, but the dread rides with me, patient, unyielding, a shadow that clings tighter than any hand ever could. Story 10. I've been hauling freight through the backcountry of eastern Kentucky for nearly 18 years, ever since the coal seams started closing and the mines went quiet, leaving whole towns to rot like forgotten machinery. The job keeps me moving. Coal ash, timber, gravel, routes that wind through hollers so narrow the sun barely touches the road at noon. I grew up in one of those places, a little community called Appalachia, where the mountains rise straight up from the creek beds and the water always runs red with iron. Folks there still talk about the old valley families, people who lost their homes in the big floods of the 70s and never came back to town, just drifted deeper into the bottoms, living off what they could catch or grow. They say some never left at all, stayed in the low places when the water rose, learned to move with it instead of against it. Stories like that get told over coffee at the truck stops, half jokes to pass the time. I never believed them to be more than that, until the night the rain came down like the sky had finally given up holding back, and the shadows in the flooded valley started moving toward me. It was late October, the kind of cold rain that soaks through your jacket in seconds and settles in your bones. I'd picked up a load of lumber in Hazard, headed north toward Lexington on Route 15, but the storm turned the roads into rivers before I even cleared the county line. The lowlands around the North Fork of the Kentucky River are flat compared to the ridges, bottomland that floods fast when the creeks back up. By midnight, the water was over the shoulders in places, black and fast-moving, carrying branches and trash like it was cleaning house. I pushed on slow, wipers struggling, headlights cutting weak tunnels through the downpour. Visibility was maybe 30 feet. The world outside the cab had shrunk to rain and wet asphalt. Around 2 a.m., I felt the rig start to hydroplane on a stretch where the road dips low. The trailer fishtailed, and I knew I couldn't keep going like that. There was a small rise ahead, an old pull-off on higher ground, probably used by fishermen or hunters when the water's normal. I eased up the incline, tires churning mud, and came to a stop on the gravel pad that stayed mostly dry. The engine idled low, the cab suddenly quiet except for the rain drumming on the roof. I killed the headlights to save the battery, leaving only the dash glow and the faint orange of the parking lights. Outside, the valley had become a lake, black water stretching out on both sides, trees standing like drowned sentinels, their trunks half submerged. The mist rose off the surface in slow coils, carrying the smell of wet earth and rotting leaves. I leaned back, rubbing my eyes, figuring I'd wait out the worst of it. The isolation was familiar, comforting even until I noticed the way the water moved. Not just ripples from the rain, but something slower, more deliberate. Shapes in the dark, shadows detaching from the tree line across the flooded road. At first, I thought it was debris floating in, logs, or trash carried by the current. But the shapes were upright, human height, moving against the flow. One, then two, then more, emerging from the water like they'd been waiting beneath the surface. It didn't splash or hurry. They just walked forward through the knee-deep flood, silent, rain streaming off them, clothes dark and clinging. No lights, no voices, just the slow advance, converging on the pull-off from three directions. My stomach dropped. I sat frozen, staring through the windshield as they drew closer. 5, maybe 6 figures spread out in a loose half circle. They didn't speak, didn't call out for help, just walked, boots or bare feet churning the water, eyes catching the faint glow of my parking lights. Unified stares, blank, unblinking, locked on the cab. The mist made them look half-dream, but the way the water parted around their legs was real, solid. They weren't animals, weren't lost hikers. They moved with purpose, like they'd done this before, like the flood was their territory and I was the intruder. I reached for the key, fingers numb. The first one reached the gravel edge, stepping up onto the higher ground without breaking stride. Close enough now that I could make out details. Gaunt faces, hair plastered to skin, clothes ragged from years of wear and water. One wore what might have been a coat once. Another had a shirt torn at the shoulder, pale skin showing beneath. No weapons, no anger in their posture, just that steady approach, encircling the truck slowly, deliberately. They formed a loose ring, maybe 15 feet out, standing in the rain, watching. The silence was the worst part. No shouts, no demands. Just the patter of water on the hood and the low creak of the cooling engine. I turned the key. The diesel caught with a cough, headlights flaring bright. The figures didn't flinch, didn't shield their eyes. They just stared, faces lit harsh white, expressions empty yet somehow accusing. I threw the truck into gear, revved hard, and lurched forward. The rig splashed through the shallow water at the bottom of the rise, tires throwing up sheets of muddy spray. One figure, closest to the driver's side, stepped directly into the path. I swerved, but it lunged, hands slapping the door frame, fingers hooking the mirror for a heartbeat. The truck rocked. I felt the weight pull briefly, like it was trying to climb aboard. Then a voice, low, rough, almost lost in the engine roar, whispered close to the glass. Go on. But we'll be here when you come back. Not a threat shouted, just a quiet statement, calm as a weather report. I accelerated, the rig plowing through the flood, water surging against the doors. In the mirrors, the figures receded slowly, still standing in the rain, still watching, never chasing, never running. They just merged back into the shadows of the trees, swallowed by the mist and the dark. I didn't stop again until I reached a truck stop outside Jackson, pulling in under the bright lights, heart still hammering. I sat in the cab for a long time, engine running, before I could make myself step out. The next morning the water had receded some, but the memory hadn't. I asked around at the counter over burnt coffee. A driver with a face like old leather listened, then nodded slow. Valley people, he said, voice low. Folks who lost everything in the '77 flood. Houses underwater, king gone. Some never left the bottoms, stayed when the rest moved on. They come out when the water rises, like it's their time. Don't usually hurt nobody. Just watch. Remind you the land remembers. Others at the table murmured agreement, sharing fragments. Shadows in the flood, figures standing silent on high ground, whispers that follow you out of the valley. No one had ever gotten close enough to talk, but the stories were consistent, displaced, vengeful in a quiet way, using the water as their shield. I kept driving because what else was there? But the storms kept coming. A month later, another front moved in, heavy rain turning the lowlands into lakes again. I took a different route, but the pull-off was the same, higher ground in a flooded bottom. I stopped, engine idling, and there they were, shadows emerging from the water, converging slow and silent. More this time, maybe 8 or 9, encircling without haste. I revved and splashed through, one brushing the trailer, the same whisper brushing past. We'll be here. No chase, no violence. Just the encirclement, the unified stares, the quiet promise. It happens now whenever the valleys flood. I avoid the low roads when I can. But Kentucky's backcountry doesn't give you many choices. The dread is in the numbers, the way they don't need to run or shout. Just stand, wait, watch. I wonder sometimes if they're really people anymore, or if the land has kept them, shaped them into something that belongs to the water. Last week, during a slow rain, I passed a flooded hollow and saw them again. Standing on the shoulder, silent, staring. One raised a hand, not waving, just acknowledging. I drove on, but the whisper stayed in my head. We'll be here when you come back. I keep hauling, keep moving through the hollers, but the low places feel different now. Every storm summons them. Every flooded valley brings the shadows closer. I don't know if they're angry or grieving or just waiting for someone to understand. The confusion lingers like damp in my clothes, a sorrow for whatever was lost down there that never quite came back up. And in the quiet of the cab, when the rain starts drumming again, I listen for the splash of footsteps in the water, wondering how long it will be before the encirclement tightens, before the whisper becomes something I can't drive away. The mountains hold their own, and once they've noticed you, they don't forget. They just wait for the next flood to remind you. Story 11. I've been driving trucks across the Cumberland Plateau in Tennessee for more than 20 years, long enough that the endless ridges and hollows feel like extensions of my own body. Every curve memorized, every pull off a place I've rested before. The plateau is different from the sharp peaks farther east. It's flatter on top, broad and rolling, but cut deep by creeks and gorges that drop away sudden and steep. Rain here doesn't just fall. It settles, lingers in the low places, turns gravel roads to red clay soup, and makes every sound echo off the wet trees like it's trapped. I grew up down in Crossville, where the old folks still talk about the knockers, people who live back in the woods, far from the state roads, families that stopped coming to town generations ago. Some say they're just hermits. Others whisper there's something meaner, left over from the timber days when men disappeared into the forest and never quite came out the same. They knock on doors at night, on trailers, on anything that looks like shelter, persistent as the rain itself. I used to smile at those stories over breakfast at the Waffle House, figuring they were born from too many dark winters and not enough company. But these mountains keep their own time, and once they've marked you, the stories stop being funny. That night started like any other late haul. I'd loaded lumber in Jamestown, headed south toward Chattanooga on Route 127, the two lane that snakes along the western edge of the plateau. The forecast had called for scattered showers, but by dusk the sky opened up, rain falling steady and heavy, the kind that soaks through everything and makes the cab feel smaller. I drove with the wipers on steady, headlights carving weak tunnels through the downpour, the road shining black under the tires. Around 11 p.m., the fatigue started creeping in. Eyes burning, shoulders knotted from fighting the wheel on the slick curves. I needed a break, just a few minutes to stretch and clear my head. There's a pull-off about 10 miles north of Dunlap. Nothing fancy, just a widened gravel shoulder with a guardrail and a view down into a steep gorge. I eased the rig onto it, tires crunching wet stone, and killed the engine. The sudden quiet was thick, broken only by the rain drumming on the roof, a steady, hypnotic rhythm. I sat there in the dark cab, dome light off, listening to the water run off the trailer in little rivers. The air smelled of wet pine and diesel, the forest pressing close on both sides, trees dripping like they were sweating. I leaned my head back, closed my eyes for a moment, letting the rain's lullaby ease the tension. Then came the first knock. Soft, almost lost in the storm, tap, tap, tap against the passenger door. Irregular, like fingers testing the metal. I opened my eyes, thinking it was a branch swaying in the wind. But the sound came again, deliberate, 3 quick raps, then a pause. I sat up, peering through the rain-streaked glass. Nothing visible, just black woods and the faint sheen of water on the guardrail. I told myself it was the rain playing tricks, maybe a loose strap on the load flapping against the frame. But the knocks returned, firmer this time, moving along the side of the cab. Tap, tap, pause, tap, 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 like someone circling slow, probing for weakness. My pulse picked up. I flicked on the parking lights, the orange glow spilling out into the downpour. There, just beyond the beam, a figure stood on the shoulder. Tall, hunched against the rain, face averted under a sodden hood. Clothes dark and clinging, water streaming off in sheets. It didn't look up, didn't wave or speak, just knocked again, knuckles against a trailer now, persistent, rhythmic. Not angry, not frantic, just steady like it had all night. I locked the doors, though they were already secure, heart thudding against my ribs. "Hey," I shouted, voice muffled inside the cab. "Go on, get out of here." No response. The figure shifted slightly, hood still low, and knocked once more. Louder, more insistent, the sound echoing off the wet trees like it was being answered from somewhere deeper in the woods. I waited, breath shallow, hoping it would move on. Minutes stretched. The knocks didn't stop. They grew steadier, more purposeful, moving from the trailer to the cab again, then back. Tap, 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 like a code or a question being asked over and over. I couldn't take it anymore. I twisted the key, the engine roaring to life, headlights flaring bright. The figure jerked back a step, but didn't run, just stood there, hood low, knocking one last time as I threw the truck into gear and pulled out. Gravel sprayed, tires slipping briefly before catching asphalt. In the side mirror, the figure remained, unmoving, the knocks fading behind me, swallowed by the rain. I pushed the speed, heart still racing, telling myself it was just some drifter looking for shelter, too stubborn or too proud to ask. But the relief didn't last. The rain kept coming, day after day, storm fronts rolling in off the Gulf like they had nowhere else to go. A week later, another late run, same stretch at 127. I pulled over at a different turnout. Higher up, better drainage. Engine idling while I checked the straps. The knock started almost immediately. Soft at first, then building tap, 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 tap against the rear bumper, then moving forward along the trailer. I scanned the mirrors, saw the same hunched silhouette in the rain, face averted, knocking steadily. No words, no demands, just the persistent rapping, like an invitation refused over and over. I drove off fast, but the sound lingered in my ears, echoing long after the figure dropped from sight. It became a pattern. Every time the rain fell hard, every time I stopped on those plateau roads, the knocks returned. Sometimes at a wide shoulder near Monterey, sometimes at a logging road turnout near Clark Ranch. Always the same figure, hooded, face hidden, knocking with that quiet insistence. It never rushed, never chased when I left, just waited, patient as the mountains themselves. I'd sit in the cab, lights off, listening to the rhythm build, soft taps turning to steady raps, then pounding, the metal ringing under determined knuckles. Once, during a particularly heavy downpour near the edge of Fall Creek Falls, I ignored it longer than usual. The knocks escalated, faster, harder, the whole trailer vibrating like something was trying to find the weakest seam. When I finally started the engine, the pounding stopped abruptly, as if satisfied I'd answered. I started asking around, careful not to sound afraid. At a truck stop near Crossville, an older driver with hands scarred from years of chainsaws listened to my story and nodded slow. "The knocker," he said, voice low. "Been tales about him since I was a boy. Lives back in the deep woods, maybe in one of them old homestead cabins nobody's seen since the Depression. Folks say he knocks because he wants in warmth, company, something human. But he don't ask, just knocks. Persistent. If you open up, they say he stays. If you don't, he keeps knocking. Others at the counter shared fragments. Knocks on doors in the middle of the night, shadows outside windows, rapping that follows you for miles. No one had ever let him in, but no one had ever seen him leave either. I tried changing habits, avoiding night runs when storms were forecast, sticking to busier routes, stopping only at well-lit plazas. But the plateau doesn't offer many choices. The back roads are shorter, pay better, and the weather doesn't care about plans. Last month, during a slow, steady rain near the headwaters of the Connie Fork, I pulled over to check a tire that felt soft. The knock started before I'd even killed the engine. Soft, familiar, moving along the frame. I sat there, listening, the rhythm matching my pulse. The figure appeared in the mirror, standing close, hood dripping, face still turned away. It knocked steadily, not angry, just waiting. I didn't move for a long time. When I finally drove off, the pounding echoed behind me, fading slow. I keep driving because the road's all I've got left. But every rainy evening on those plateau roads, I listen for the first tap, soft, probing, patient. The knocks come back, always like they know I'll stop eventually. I wonder sometimes what would happen if I opened the door, if I answered the invitation. Would he step in quiet, sit in the passenger seat, breathe the same air? Or would he just keep knocking forever, a sound that never quite stops echoing in the empty cab? The dread is in the persistence, the quiet certainty that one day I might not drive away fast enough. In Tennessee's endless rain, the knockers wait, and once they've found your rhythm, they don't forget it. They just keep asking, soft and steady, until the refusal feels heavier than the answer ever could. I drive on, but the sound rides with me, patient, unyielding, a question I can't outrun. Story 12. I've been running long-haul trucks through the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia for almost 22 years, ever since I left the small farm outside of Wytheville, where I grew up watching the fog settle over the ridges like a heavy quilt. The pay is steady enough, and the solitude suits me. Long stretches of highway where the only voices are the ones on the CB or the ones I carry in my head. Virginia's back roads are deceptive. Beautiful in daylight with their rolling hills and old stone fences. But at night, especially when the rain comes, they turn inward, secretive, like the mountains are holding their breath. I've heard the stories of truck stops and diners, rain ghosts, water walkers, folks who say the storms pull things out of the hollows, make them visible for a second before the world wipes them away again. I used to nod along, sip my coffee, and think it was just the way people fill the quiet hours. Until that night on Route 58, when the wipers started showing me faces I couldn't unsee. The memory still comes back every time the sky darkens and the first drops hit the windshield, a quiet unease that settles in my chest and stays. The run was routine, lumber from Marion down to Danville, nothing special. But the weather had been building all afternoon, clouds piling up thick and gray over the ridges. By the time I crossed into Patrick County, the rain was falling hard, steady sheets that turned the Tulane into a black ribbon reflecting my headlights in broken pieces. I drove with the wipers on medium at first, then high as the downpour thickened. The rhythm was almost soothing, swipe clear, the only predictable thing in the night. Around midnight, the fatigue started creeping in, the kind that makes your eyes feel heavy and the road feel farther away than it should. I kept going, telling myself just a few more miles to the pull-off near Stewart, where I could stretch my legs and shake off the days. The first phase came during one of those long, straight stretches where the trees crowd close on both sides. The wipers swept across the glass, and for a split second, between the blades parting the water, there was a face. Close, right against the windshield, expressionless, eyes wide and unblinking. Pale skin, dark hair plastered flat by rain, mouth slightly open like it was trying to speak. Then the blades came back together, and it was gone. I blinked hard, heart giving a single hard thud. Just a trick of the light, I told myself. Rain and reflection playing games, headlights bouncing off the wet glass. But my hands tightened on the wheel, and I slowed a little, watching the wipers more carefully. The second one came on the next curve. Swipe, face again, different this time. Older, lined, beard streaked with water, staring straight through the glass like he knew me. Gone again before I could draw breath. I muttered something under my breath, shook my head, tried to focus on the road. But the wipers kept working, and with each pass the glimpses kept coming. A woman's face, gaunt and hollow-cheeked. A young boy's eyes too big, too still. Each one close enough that I could see the individual drops clinging to their skin, each one expressionless, each one vanishing the instant the blades met in the middle. They weren't the same person. They were different, strangers, yet all watching with the same quiet intensity. My stomach turned cold. I told myself it was exhaustion, the rain distorting everything, my mind filling in shadows where there were none. But the faces kept appearing, every swipe, every few seconds, like the storm was cycling through a gallery of watchers. Some looked sad, some angry, some just empty, but all of them were there for the length of one heartbeat before the wipers erased them. I started counting 7, 8, 9. By the 10th, I was breathing shallow, palms slick on the wheel despite the cold air blasting from the vents. I couldn't take it anymore. I spotted a turnout ahead, an old logging road that branched off into the woods, gravel shoulder wide enough for the rig. I eased over, tires crunching wet stone, and killed the engine. The sudden silence was heavy, broken only by the rain drumming on the roof and the faint drip from the trailer. I sat there, staring at the windshield, waiting for the next pass of the wipers, even though the truck was off. Nothing, just rain running down the glass in slow rivers. I exhaled, shaky, and reached for the door handle. Needed air, needed to step out, and prove to myself it was all in my head. I stepped down into the deluge, boots sinking into the softened gravel. The cold hit me like a slap, rain soaking my jacket in seconds. I walked around the front of the truck, flashlight beam cutting through the dark, sweeping the trees. Nothing but dripping branches and mist curling up from the ground. I turned back toward the cab and froze. One face remained, not in the glass this time. Outside, standing just beyond the hood, close enough that the rain streamed off its features in steady lines. The same gaunt woman I'd glimpsed earlier, mouth moving slowly, silently, like she was forming words I couldn't hear. Pleading, maybe, or warning, lips shaping the same shape over and over. I stumbled back a step, flashlight shaking in my hand. She didn't move closer, didn't reach out, just stood there, rain pouring over her, staring with those empty eyes while her mouth kept moving. I scrambled back into the cab, slammed the door, locked it. My hands were trembling so bad I could barely turn the key. The engine caught, headlights flaring across the spot where she'd been. Empty now, just rain and gravel and the dark mouth of the logging road. I threw the truck into gear and pulled out, tires spinning briefly before catching the pavement. I drove fast, faster than I should have on those wet curves, glancing in the mirrors every few seconds. No figure following, no more faces in the wipers. Just the rain, steady and relentless. I made it to a truck stop near Martinsville by dawn, parked under the bright sodium lights, and sat there until the shaking stopped. Inside, over coffee that tasted like nothing, I kept quiet first. Then I mentioned it to an old driver I'd known for years. Careful, low voice. He listened, then nodded slow. Rainborn watchers, he said. Heard tell of them all my life. Folks say the storms pull them up from the hollows. People who drowned in flash floods or got lost in the woods and never found, or just gave up and stayed. They show themselves in the water, in the drops on the glass. Most times it's just glimpses, but sometimes one stays, like they're trying to tell you something or ask you something. He paused, stirred his coffee. Don't ever let him in. Don't ever stop long enough for one to settle. I tried to laugh it off, but the sound came out thin. After that night, the storms changed. Every time the sky opened up, every time I had to run the wipers on high, I braced myself. The faces came back. Not every run, but often enough. A quick swipe across the windshield, and there they'd be. Strangers, old and young, men and women, all close, all silent, all gone again. Sometimes I'd catch one mouthing words, the same silent plea or threat. Sometimes they'd just stare. I started keeping the wipers on low, even when I didn't need them, just to keep the glass moving, keep the glimpses brief. But on the really heavy nights when the rain came in sheets and I had to stop for a break, one would linger longer, standing outside the cab, face pressed near the glass, mouth working in silence. I changed routes when I could, stuck to interstates, avoided the back roads after dark. But Virginia's mountains don't let you hide forever. The job pulls you through the hollows, through the places where the fog hangs low and the rain never really stops. I asked around more, diners, fuel stops, old-timers. A waitress near Floyd told me about a woman who disappeared in the 80s, caught in a flash flood, body never found. Folks say she still walks the roads when it rains, she said, eyes distant. Looks in at people, tries to speak, but the words drown. A retired ranger near Galax spoke of others. Hikers, hunters, whole families lost to the weather over the years. The water remembers, he said, holds on to them, shows them to you when the conditions are right, like a mirror you can't look away from. Years have passed, but the glimpses still come. Not as often, maybe, but when the storms are heavy and I'm alone on those plateau roads. The wipers sweep and the faces appear, brief, silent, watching. Last week, during a slow, steady rain near the Blue Ridge Parkway, I stopped at a turnout to wait out the worst of it. The wipers were off, but the rain ran down the glass in steady streams, and in the distortion I saw them again. Several this time, standing just outside, mouths moving in unison. I started the truck, turned on the wipers, and they vanished with each pass. But one lingered longer, face pressed close, eyes locked on mine until the blades finally cleared it away. I keep driving. The road is what I know. But every time the rain starts, every time the wipers begin their slow rhythm, I feel the weight of those unseen eyes, the silent mouths trying to speak. I don't know what they want, forgiveness, recognition, company, or just to be seen before they're wiped away again. The confusion stays with me, a quiet sorrow for lives lost to the water, for the way the mountains keep holding on to them. And in the cab at night, when the storm drums on the roof and the wipers sweep back and forth, I listen for the moment when the glimpses stop being glimpses, when one face stays, when the silent words finally become something I can hear. I drive on, but the rain keeps falling and the faces keep waiting, patient in the drops, until the next storm brings them close again. Story 13. I've been driving trucks through the Pennsylvania wilds for 26 years now, ever since I left the steel towns along the Allegheny and traded one kind of noise for another. The wilds are different from the rest of the state. Vast stretches of forest and rolling ridges where the roads narrow and the towns get farther apart, places where the map feels more like suggestion than fact. I grew up near Coudersport, where the winters are long and the summers smell of pine and wet earth. Even as a kid, I heard the stories. Old men in the diners talking about whistlers in the gullies. People who lived so deep in the hollows they forgot how to speak plain words and learned to call with tunes instead. Some said they were hermits gone strange after the logging camps closed. Others claimed they were descendants of families who hid out during the Civil War draft and never came back to the surface. They say the whistles draw you in. Familiar songs turned wrong, melodies that get inside your head and don't let go. I always listened with half an ear, figured it was just the way folks explained the loneliness of living so far from pavement and light. Until that stormy night on Route 6, when the tunes started coming out of the dark. They haven't stopped since. Every time the rain falls heavy, every time the wind moves through the trees just right, I hear them again, soft at first, then closer, always the same twisted songs. The haul was nothing special. Steel coils from Warren down toward Harrisburg. A straight shot along the northern tier if the weather cooperated. It didn't. The storm rolled in from Lake Erie just after dusk, cold and steady, the kind that soaks through metal and makes the cab feel smaller than it is. By 10 o'clock, the rain was hammering the roof, wipers slapping hard against the glass, headlights carving weak yellow tunnels through the dark. Route 6 is lonely through there. 2 lanes hugging the ridges, gullies dropping away on one side, thick forest pressing it on the other. No traffic, no cell signal, just the engine's steady rumble and the rain. I was tired but pushing through. I wanted to make it past the turn toward Gallatin before stopping. Around 11:30, somewhere between Port Allegheny and Smethport, I heard it. A whistle, faint, carried on the wind through the cracked window, almost lost in the storm. At first I thought it was the air moving past the mirror, but it had shape, a melody, slow and familiar. My grandmother used to hum Red River Valley when she rocked on the porch, the same simple tune, but this version was wrong. Stretched, slowed, notes bent in places they shouldn't bend. It tugged at something in my chest, the way a song you haven't heard in years can still pull you back to a room you thought you'd forgotten. I shook my head, told myself it was radio bleed from a distant station, turned the CB up to drown it out. Static answered. The whistle didn't stop. It grew clearer, closer, moving along the road parallel to me. I glanced at the passenger window, saw nothing but rain-streaked dark and the reflection of my own tired face. But the tune kept coming, now with variations, little trills and slides that made it sound almost playful, almost human. I slowed, listening despite myself. The melody burrowed in, looping in my mind even when the sound outside faded for a moment. I caught myself humming along once, then stopped hard, mouth dry. That was when I knew something was wrong. The whistle wasn't just outside anymore. It was inside my head, soft and insistent, like a radio left on low in another room. I pushed the speed, the rig groaning on the wet pavement. The tune followed, rising and falling with the curves. I passed a turnout, then another, telling myself I'd stop when I reached the next town. But the melody kept pulling, gentle but unrelenting, making me want to slow down, to listen better. I fought it, knuckles white on the wheel, and finally spotted a wide shoulder near a state forest access road. I pulled over, tires crunching gravel, and cut the engine. The sudden silence was thick, broken only by the rain and my own breathing. I sat there, waiting. The whistle returned, closer now, coming from the gully below the road. Slow, deliberate, the same twisted Red River Valley, but now with a second voice underneath, harmonizing in a lower register, rougher like someone who'd smoked too long or screamed too often. I leaned toward the passenger window, trying to see into the dark. The flashlight beam shook in my hand as I swept it across the guardrail. At the bottom of the short slope, half hidden by dripping ferns, a figure stood. Hood up, rain streaming off the shoulders of a long coat gone ragged at the edges. Face shadowed, but the mouth was moving, lips pursed, whistling steady and clear. The sound rose up the embankment, carried on the wet air, wrapping around the cab like smoke. I locked the doors, heart hammering. The figure didn't move closer, didn't wave or beckon. It just stood, whistling, the tune sliding into my thoughts, looping, repeating, each note sinking deeper until I could feel it in my pulse. I started the engine. The headlights flared, catching the figure full on for a second. Pale hands raised to the mouth, eyes hidden under the hood, body swaying slightly with the rhythm. I threw the truck into gear and pulled out, tires spinning before catching. In the side mirror, the figure remained, still whistling, the sound fading only when I rounded the next bend. I drove fast, windows up, heater blasting, but the melody stayed inside my skull, soft, insistent, playing on repeat even when the rain drowned everything else. I didn't stop again until the truck stopped near Coudersport, parking under the lights, and sitting there until my hand stopped shaking. Inside, over black coffee, I kept my mouth shut at first. Then I asked an older driver I'd known since the 90s. He listened, then gave a slow nod. The Whistlers, he said, been stories about them since the lumber days. Lie back in the gullies, in cabins so old the roofs are moss and the walls are rotting. They don't talk much anymore. Lost the words, or maybe just chose not to use them. They whistle instead. Familiar songs, twisted up. Draws you in. Some say if you follow the tune long enough, you start walking toward them without knowing why. Most folks who hear it just drive faster. A few don't. He paused, stared into his cup. Once it gets in your head, it stays. Comes back every time the rain falls heavy, every time the wind moves right. I try to forget it. The next few days were clear, and the tune faded to a faint echo in my memory. But the storms returned. A week later, another front moved in, cold rain sweeping across the plateau. I was on Route 6 again, same stretch. The whistle started faint, carried on the wind through the vents. Same melody, same twisted notes. I turned the radio up, sang along to whatever station came in, but the tune slipped underneath, persistent, hypnotic. I stopped at the same turnout, engine running, and there was again, figure in the gully, whistling up at the road. I didn't get out this time, just sat, listening, feeling the melody loop inside my skull, gentle but unyielding. It happens now every time the weather turns. A storm rolls in, the air gets damp, and the whistle begins, soft at first, then closer, always the same song, always wrong in the same ways. I tried different routes, different times, but the gullies are everywhere. The tune finds me. Sometimes it's just a fragment, faint on the wind. Sometimes it's loud, right outside the cab, lips pursed in the dark. I don't stop as long anymore. I drive through, windows up, radio blasting, but the melody gets in anyway, quiet, patient, burrowing. I asked around more, piecing things together. A retired logger near Gallatin spoke of a camp boss who disappeared in the 1920s. Last seen walking into the woods humming an old work song. They say he never came out, he told me. Just started calling back with the same tune, year after year. Now, there's more than one. A woman at the Coudersport post office mentioned hikers who've gone missing, always after a storm, always with reports of strange whistling in the gullies. They say if you answer, she whispered, you belong to them. I keep driving because the road is what I have. But every rainy night on those northern roads, I listen for the first note, soft, familiar, wrong. When it comes, I feel it settle in my thoughts, looping, repeating, drawing me towards something I can't see. I wonder what would happen if I ever slowed down long enough to really listen, if I ever stepped out and walked toward the sound. Would the whistler step forward, hood low, still playing the same tune? Would it finally speak in words? Or just keep whistling until I forgot how to leave? The dread is in the melody itself, quiet, hypnotic, an earworm that never fades. In Pennsylvania's endless storms, the tunes wait in the gullies. They rise with the rain, patient and unhurried, calling with songs I used to love. I drive on, windows sealed, but part of me knows the whistle is already inside, looping soft and steady, waiting for the night when I finally answer. The confusion stays with me, a sorrow for whatever was lost back in those hollows that still reaches out through the wind. And in the quiet of the cab, when the rain falls and the wipers sweep, I keep moving, but the tune rides with me, gentle and relentless, a question I may not be able to refuse forever. Story 14. I've been hauling timber and gravel across the backroads of northern Georgia for 21 years, long enough that the red clay mud tracks feel like veins I've traveled too many times. The Chattahoochee National Forest and the surrounding counties are beautiful in the way old wounds are beautiful. Deep green ridges, slow rivers, and hollows so thick with trees that daylight never fully reaches the ground. I grew up in a little place called Cleveland, where the hills roll gentle until they don't, and folks still speak in hushed tones about the people who live too far back to be seen. Some call them the chained ones, old loggers or miners who got caught in accidents decades ago, dragged by equipment or fate, and never quite let go of the metal that bound them. They say the chains stay with them, heavy and rusted, a reminder and a weapon both. I used to think those stories were just the way people explain why some folks never come down from the ridges. Until the night the rain turned the roads to slurry and I heard the chains dragging behind me. The storm came in fast that evening. I'd loaded a trailer of pine logs in Dahlonega, headed toward Blairsville on a county road that cuts through the forest, narrow, unpaved in stretches, the kind of track that turns to red mud soup when the sky opens. By 9 o'clock the rain was falling hard, steady, the drops bouncing off the hood like buckshot. I drove slow, tires chewing through the slop, wipers slapping uselessly against the windshield. The cab smelled of wet canvas and diesel, familiar comforts. I figured I'd make it to the pavement before the worst hit, but the road kept climbing, twisting, dropping into hollows where the water pooled ankle deep. Around 11, I felt the rig slow, the trailer dragging like it had caught something. I eased off the gas, listening. Then I heard it. Metal on metal, a low, wet scrape, rhythmic coming from behind. Not the trailer itself, something else. Chains, heavy links dragging through the mud, clinking softly against each other with every pull. The sound grew louder, closer, deliberate. I glanced in the side mirror, rain streaking the glass, and saw nothing but darkness and the red glow of my taillights reflecting off water. But the noise kept coming, scrape, clink, scrape, clink, like someone walking the shoulder, pulling a length of chain behind them. I told myself it was a loose strap, maybe a fallen limb caught in the undercarriage. But the rhythm was too steady, too purposeful. I stopped the truck, engine idling, and listened. The dragging continued, circling now, slow, patient, moving from the rear to the passenger side, then around to the driver's door. The chains rattled against the gravel, wet and heavy, close enough that I could almost feel the vibration through the floorboards. My heart started hammering. I locked the doors out of reflex, though they were already secure, and reached for the flashlight under the seat. I cracked the window an inch, rain blowing in cold against my face. "Hey, whoever's out there, get away from the truck." My voice sounded thin, swallowed by the storm. No answer, just the dragging, the slow scrape of metal through mud, circling tighter. Then a figure stepped into the edge of the headlights, tall, lean, soaked through, coat ragged and patched, hood pulled low. In one hand, a length of rusted chain, links thick as my thumb, trailing behind him across the ground. He didn't look up, didn't speak, just kept walking, slow and deliberate, pulling the chain in a loose arc around the truck. I killed the headlights, plunging everything into dark, hoping he'd lose interest. The dragging didn't stop. It came closer, scrape, clink, scrape, now right beside the driver's door. I could hear the chain sliding across the wet gravel, brushing the tire, the soft metallic whisper of links touching each other. My breath fogged the glass. I shone the flashlight out the window, beam shaking in my hand. The figure was there, inches away, face still shadowed under the hood. Water streamed off the coat, dripping onto the chain he held coiled in one fist. He lifted it slowly, deliberately, and let the end drag across the door. Slow scrape of metal on metal, deliberate testing. Panic rose sharp and cold. I twisted the key, engine roaring back to life. The figure didn't flinch. He stepped back one pace, chain swinging low, then started dragging it again. Around the front now, circling toward the passenger side. I threw the truck into gear and lurched forward, tires spinning in the mud before catching traction. The rig fishtailed, trailer swaying dangerously. In the side mirror, I saw the chain whip out, links rattling, the end grazing the rear tire with a sharp clang. The truck rocked, but nothing caught. I accelerated hard, mud spraying, the dragging sound fading behind me as I pushed toward the paved road. I didn't stop again until I reached a gas station in Blairsville, pulling under the canopy with the engine still running. My hands shook so bad I could barely hold the coffee they handed me. I walked the trailer in the rain, flashlights sweeping the frame. There, on the passenger side rear tire, a fresh gouge in the rubber, shallow but real, and a smear of rust where the chain had kissed it. I stood there staring, rain dripping off my cap, feeling the cold settle deep. The next morning the sky cleared, but the memory didn't. I asked around at the truck stop. A driver with a face like cracked clay listened, then nodded slow. "Chained wanderer," he said. Been tales about him since the 60s. Old logger, got caught in a skidder accident up in the hills. Chain wrapped around him, dragged him half a mile before they cut him loose. Lived, but never the same. Started walking the back roads at night, dragging that same chain. Folks say he don't talk, just circles, drags the links, waits for someone to stop long enough for him to bind him. The table went quiet. Others shared their own brushes. Chains rattling in the rain. Shadows pulling metal through mud. Tires marked with rust. No one had ever seen him up close enough to speak to. No one had ever let him finish his circle. I tried to shake it off. The weather stayed dry for a week, and the sound stayed in my head only. But Georgia, rain doesn't stay gone. A front moved in, heavy and slow, turning the dirt tracks to slurry again. I was on a different road, hauling gravel near Helen. Stopped at a turnout to check the load. The dragging started almost immediately. Soft scrape in the distance, then closer, circling slow. I didn't wait to see. Started the engine, pulled out fast. In the mirror, the figure appeared. Hood low, chain trailing, walking steady through the rain. The links rattled against the guardrail as I passed. It happens now every time the storms come hard. A muddy track, a pull off, a moment alone, and the dragging begins. Slow, patient, circling. I don't stop long anymore. I keep moving, windows up, radio loud, but the sound gets in anyway. Scrape, clink, scrape, always just behind, always closing the circle. I've checked the trailer 100 times, scrubbed the rust marks, replaced tires. Nothing helps. The gouges come back, faint but fresh after every rainy night. I ask more questions. A retired ranger near Clayton spoke of others. Men caught in old equipment, dragged and broken, who survived but carried the chains with them. They don't want to hurt you, he said. They just want company, someone to share the weight. A woman at a diner in Saudi told me about a logger found years back. Truck abandoned, doors open, chain wrapped around the axle like it had been tied there. No body, just the metal still dripping. I keep driving because the road is all I've got. But every time the rain falls heavy, every time I have to slow on those muddy tracks, I listen for the first scrape, the low drag of links through the slurry, the slow circle beginning. I feel the dread in the waiting, in the knowledge that one night the circle might close before I can pull away, that the chains might find purchase, wrap around something I can't shake loose. Is it one man, still walking after all these years, or many, silent, bound, drawn to anyone who stops too long in their territory? The realism terrifies me. No ghosts, no monsters, just a person carrying the weight of what happened to him, dragging it behind him, looking for someone to help carry it. The confusion stays with me, a sorrow for whatever broke him so completely that the chain became part of him. And in the quiet of the cab, when the rain falls and the road turns to mud, I keep moving, but the sound follows, patient, steady, waiting for the moment I slow down enough for the links to catch. I drive on, tires turning through the slurry, but part of me knows some weights you can't outrun forever. They just keep dragging, quiet and relentless, until they find something to bind. Story 15. I've been driving trucks through the steep hollows and narrow cuts of West Virginia for 24 years, long enough that the roads feel like old scars on my hands. Familiar, but never quite healed. The state is beautiful in a hard way. Green ridges rising sharp against gray skies, creeks running brown with mine runoff, and little towns tucked into the folds where the sun only touches for a few hours at noon. I grew up near Welch in McDowell County, where the coal seams ran deep and the people ran deeper. Even as a boy, I heard the stories about the scratchers, men or women who lived so far back in the hills they forgot how to speak and learned to write with whatever was at hand. They say some of them were miners caught in cave-ins who clawed their way out, fingernails worn to the bone, and never quite trusted doors or windows again. Others claim they're descendants of families who stayed behind when the companies pulled out, marking their territory on anything that passed through. They don't break in. They just scratch. Light at first, exploratory, leaving messages that vanish with the rain only to come back the next time the water falls. I used to listen to those tales over coffee at the Bluefield truck stop and think they were born from too many dark shifts and not enough sleep. Until the night the rain came down like it was trying to wash the mountains away, and I felt the first faint scratch on the cab. The load was gravel from a quarry near Beckley, headed north toward Clarksburg on Route 19. The storm hit just after dusk, heavy and cold, the kind that soaks through steel and makes the wipers fight for every inch of clear glass. I drove slow, tires humming on wet pavement, headlights bouncing off the water that pooled in every rut. By 10 o'clock, the road had narrowed, hugging the side of a ridge with a drop into black nothing on the right and wet rock wall on the left. I needed to stop soon. My back was knotted, and the thermos coffee had gone cold. There was a turnout ahead, an old pull-off used by loggers, gravel pad wide enough for the rig, hemmed in by dripping trees. I eased in, killed the engine, and let the rain drum on the roof. The cab filled with the smell of wet earth and diesel, the only sounds a steady downpour and my own breathing. I sat there a minute, rubbing my eyes, listening to the water run off the trailer in little rivers. Then I heard it, faint, almost lost in the storm. A soft scrape against the passenger door. Not a branch, not the wind. Deliberate, light, exploratory, like fingernails testing the paint. I froze. It came again, scratch, scratch, pause, scratch, slow, careful, moving upward toward the window. My heart gave a hard thud. I told myself it was a twig caught in the mirror or the rain playing tricks on metal. But the sound kept going, steady, patient, circling the cab now. Passenger side, then rear, then driver's door. Each pass left a faint, wet rasp that made the hair on my arms stand up. I flicked on the interior light, dimmed it low, and peered out. Nothing visible through the rain-streaked glass. Just black trees and the faint orange glow of my parking lights reflecting off puddles. The scratching stopped for a moment, then started again, closer to the windshield this time. I leaned forward, breath fogging the inside of the glass, and saw them. Thin white lines appearing on the wet metal hood, slow and careful. Letters forming, shaky but deliberate warning. Then a name, my full name, scratched into the paint one letter at a time. My stomach dropped. I grabbed the flashlight and stepped out fast, rain hitting me like needles. I walked to front of the truck, beam shaking in my hand. There, a hood. Fresh scratches, shallow but clear, the white metal showing through the dark paint. The letters glistened with water. I wiped them with my sleeve, smearing them into nothing. The rain kept falling, washing the marks away in seconds. I stood there breathing hard, water dripping off my cap, telling myself it was some kid with a nail, some prankster who'd seen me pull in. But the road had been empty for miles, and the turnout was miles from any house. I climbed back in, locked the doors, started the engine. The rig lurched out, tires spinning briefly in the mud before catching pavement. I drove fast, glancing at the hood every few seconds. The scratches were gone, washed clean. Relief came slow, but it came. I made it to a truck stop near Sutton by dawn, parked under the lights, and inspected the cab again. Nothing, just wet metal and the faint smell of rain. But the rain kept coming. A week later, another storm rolled in, colder than the last. I was on a different route, hauling coal near Fayetteville. Stopped at a similar pull-off to check the load. The scratching started almost immediately, light, exploratory, moving along the passenger door. I didn't wait to look. Started the engine and pulled out. When I reached the next town and checked, new scratches had appeared on the door panel. Thin lines forming another message. Your name again, my name etched fresh. I wiped them away with a rag, but the marks felt deeper this time, like they'd bitten into the metal. It became a pattern. Every time the rain fell hard, every time I stopped in the dark, the scratches came back. Sometimes just a word, watching, or soon, or my name repeated like a signature. Always light, always careful, always washed away by the rain, only to return on the next storm. I started parking under lights whenever possible, avoiding the isolated turnouts. But West Virginia's back roads don't offer many choices. The job pulls you through the hollows, through the places where the trees lean close and the water runs red. I asked around. A driver at the Beckley Plaza listened to my story and gave a slow nod. Scratchers, he said, been tales about them since the mines started closing. People who lived too long in the dark, came up with fingernails black from coal, and never learned to trust doors again. They mark what passes through, trucks, cars, anything with metal. Light at first, just to say hello. Then deeper, leaving names, warnings, promises. Some say they're marking for later, like they're keeping count. The table went quiet. Others shared their own marks. Initials on hoods, dates scratched into fenders, messages that came back after every rain. No one had ever seen the scratcher up close. No one had ever stayed long enough to catch them. I tried everything. I parked at truck stops with cameras, slept in the cab under floodlights, even got the rig painted with a fresh coat of black. The paint didn't help. The scratches still appeared. Shallow, precise, always in the same places, hood, doors, sometimes the trailer sides. Always washed clean by the next morning, always returning when the next storm came. Last month, during a slow, steady rain near the New River Gorge, I pulled over at a turnout I thought was safe, well lit by a distant highway light close to the road. The scratching started soft, almost gentle, moving along the driver's door. I sat frozen, listening to the slow scrape of metal on metal. When I finally got out, flashlight in hand, I saw the message fresh on the door. Mine now. I wiped it away with my sleeve, but the letters felt deeper than before, like they'd been worked into the metal over many nights. I keep driving because the road is what I have. But every time the rain falls heavy, every time I have to stop in the dark, I listen for that first faint scrape, the light, exploratory touch of something unseen. I feel the dread in the permanence, in the knowledge that the marks keep coming back, deeper each time, like they're carving their way in. I wonder who or what is holding the nail, who knows my name so well they can write it blind in the rain? Is it one person, patient and methodical, or many, silent watchers who mark what passes through their hollows? The realism chills me. No violence, no chase, just the quiet inscription, the slow certainty that one day the scratches won't wash away, that they'll stay, etched deep, claiming what's theirs. The confusion stays with me, a sorrow for whatever was lost in those dark minds that still reaches out to leave its name on the world. And in the quiet of the cab, when the rain falls and the metal sings under unseen fingers, I keep moving, but the marks follow, patient, permanent, waiting for the storm when they no longer disappear. I drive on, but part of me knows some things get written on you, and the rain only makes them clearer. Story 16. I've been hauling coal and timber through the twisted back roads of West Virginia for over 25 years, long enough that the mountains feel like they've carved their own paths into my bones. The job isn't glamorous. Long nights fighting the wheel on slick pavement, pulling over at forgotten turnouts to shake the stiffness from my legs. But it pays the bills and keeps me moving away from the quiet that settles too heavy in one place. I grew up in a hollow near Bluefield, where the ridges rise sharp and the creeks run cold, even in summer. Folks, there always had stories about the scratchers, shadowy figures who'd come out during the heavy rains, etching marks into cars or houses with nails or knives, or whatever they carried. Some said they were old miners who'd clawed their way out of collapsed shafts, their fingers worn to nubs, still driven to scratch at anything solid. Others whispered they were feral types, families who'd slipped off the grid after the last of the jobs dried up, marking what passed through their territory like animals leaving scent. The tales varied, but the chill was the same. No violence, no theft, just the quiet act of inscribing, leaving warnings or names that faded but never quite disappeared. I listened with a nod back then, chalking it up to moonshine and loneliness, the way the mountains make shadows out of nothing. Until that downpour on Route 19, when the first faint scratches started on my cab. They've come back ever since, etched deeper each time. A quiet permanence that makes every rain feel like an invitation to something I can't wipe away. The storm had been building all afternoon as I left the quarry in Princeton with a full load bound for Huntington. By dusk, the clouds hung low and bruised, and the first drops hit the windshield like warnings. I pushed on, wipers on low, the cab filling with the damp smell of earth seeping through the vents. Route 19 is a beast in good weather. Curves hugging the ridges, drop-offs into black hollows. But in rain, it's unforgiving, water pooling in ruts and turning the asphalt to glass. Around 9, the sky opened fully, rain hammering the roof like impatient fists. Visibility dropped to nothing. I slowed to a crawl, headlights bouncing off sheets of water. My back ached from the tension, eyes burning from staring at the blurred line ahead. I needed a break, just 5 minutes to stretch and down some coffee from the thermos. There was a turnout up ahead, one I'd used before, an old gravel pad off the shoulder, tucked against a rock face with trees crowding close. No lights, no signs, just a spot where the road widened enough to park without blocking traffic. I eased in, tires crunching wet stone, and killed the engine. The sudden quiet was thick, broken only by the relentless drum of rain on metal. I sat there, rubbing my temples, listening to the water run off the hood in little streams. The air in the cab grew heavy, condensation fogging the windows. I cracked 1 inch for fresh air, but the chill seeped in, carrying the scent of wet pine and something fainter, sharper, like rust or old blood. That's when I heard it. A soft scrape against the passenger door. Light almost tentative like fingernails exploring the paint. Scratch, scratch, pause. My eyes snapped open. It came again, faint, deliberate, moving upward toward the handle. I told myself it was a branch swaying in the wind, or gravel kicked up by the tires settling. But the sound persisted, slow and careful, circling now, passenger side to rear, then around to the driver's door. Each pass left a faint vibration I could feel through the seat. My pulse quickened. I dimmed the dome light and peered out, wiping the fog from the glass. Nothing visible, just black rain and the faint outline of trees swaying like conspirators. The scratching stopped for a moment, then started again. On the hood this time, slow and methodical. I leaned forward, breath shallow, and saw thin lines appearing on the wet metal, water beating in the grooves. Letters forming, shaky but intentional, W, T, C, H, then a space and more. Oh, my stomach twisted. I grabbed the flashlight from the glove box, beam shaking as I shone it out. The light cut through the downpour, illuminating the hood. Fresh scratches, white against the dark paint, glistening with rain. But no one there, just the empty turnout and the sound of water dripping. I wiped the marks with my sleeve, smearing them into nothing, the rain helping wash them clean. Heart pounding, I started the engine, the roar cutting the night. As I pulled out, the scratching came one last time, faint on the rear fender like a farewell. I drove fast, faster than safe on those slick curves, mirrors showing only darkness behind. By the time I reached a truck stop near Beckley, the scratches were gone, the hood smooth and wet under the station lights. I stood there in the rain, running my fingers over the metal. Nothing, just cold paint. Sleep didn't come easy that night. I parked among the other rigs, their engines humming like guardians, but every drip on the roof sounded like a nail testing the frame. The next morning the sun burned off the clouds, and I inspected the cab top to bottom. No marks, no gouges. I convinced myself it was a trick of the weather, the wind carrying sound from somewhere else, my tired mind filling in the rest. But West Virginia's rains don't stay gone long. A few days later, another front moved in, colder than the first, turning the air raw. I was on Route 60 this time, hauling empty, when fatigue hit hard around midnight. Pulled into a similar turnout near the Kanawha River, gravel, trees, isolation. The rain was relentless, drumming steady. I sat with the engine off, sipping cold coffee, when the scratching started again. Light, exploratory on the passenger door. My blood went cold. It moved slow, circling, the faint rasp vibrating through the metal. I didn't look out, just started the engine and pulled away, heart racing. When I reached a lit plaza near Charleston, I checked the hood. Fresh scratches. My name, etched thin and clear, water pooling in the letters. I wiped them away with a rag, but they felt real under my fingers, like they'd been there waiting for the rain to reveal them. The pattern set in. Every storm, every stop in the dark, the scratches returned. Sometimes words, beware, or soon, or just my name repeated like a list. Always light, always from unseen hands, always washing away with the water, only to come back deeper the next time. I started avoiding isolated pull-offs, sticking to truck stops with company and lights. But the roads demand stops, and the rains don't ask permission. Once, near the New River Gorge, I stopped briefly on a shoulder. The scratching began immediately, slow, patient, moving along the frame. I drove off fast, but later, under a gas station canopy, I found the message on the door, coming back. I scrubbed it with a brush, but the lines stayed faint, like they'd bitten into the paint. I started asking around, low voice over diner counters. A driver with hands scarred from years of chains nodded slow. Scratchers, he said. Heard about him all my life. Live back in the deep cuts where the mines collapsed and the towns died. Don't steal, don't hurt, just mark. Warnings, names, whatever they feel. Some say they're keeping track, marking for later. You wipe M, but the rain etches him back. Like the mountains remembering. The table shared stories. Scratches on hoods spelling out routes or family names. Messages that faded but returned. Drivers who'd seen shadows in the rain. Hands scratching slow and deliberate. No one had ever caught one. No one had ever stayed long enough to see the face. I tried everything. Parked under lights. Slept in the cab with the doors locked tight. Even had the rig repainted. The new coat helped for a storm or two, but then the scratches came back. Faint at first, then deeper, always in the rain, always washing away only to return. Last month, during a slow downpour near the Monongahela forest, I pulled over to wait out the worst. The scratching started soft, circling the cab. I sat frozen, listening to the slow rasp, feeling the vibration. When I finally checked, the hood was covered, Names, warnings, my own repeated like a chant. I wiped them frantically, but the lines stayed etched permanent now, like they've been there all along. I keep driving because quitting would mean stopping, and stopping means listening to the scratches that never really go away. But every time the rain falls heavy, every time I have to pull over in the dark, I wait for that first faint rasp, the light touch of unseen hands exploring the metal. I feel the dread in the inscription, the quiet permanence of marks that wash clean but come back stronger. I wonder who holds the nail, who knows my name so well they can carve a blind in the storm. Is it one figure, patient and deliberate, or many, silent markers claiming what rolls through their hollows? The realism gnaws at me. No attacks, no theft, just the slow act of writing, leaving warnings that fade but never forget. The confusion lingers, a sorrow for whatever was trapped in those collapsed shafts that still reaches out to leave its name on the world. And in the quiet of the cab, when the rain drums and the metal whispers under invisible fingers, I keep moving, but the scratches follow, patient, permanent, waiting for the storm when they no longer wipe away. I drive on, fingers tracing the faint lines on the hood, knowing some things get carved into you, quiet and deep, until they're part of the metal itself. Story 17. I've been running coal and timber hauls through eastern Kentucky for 27 years, ever since the last deep mine near Harlan closed and left men like me looking for any way to keep the roof over our heads. The job takes you through country that doesn't forgive mistakes. Narrow state roads cut into the sides of mountains, switchbacks with nothing but air on one side, and hollows so deep the daylight never quite reaches the bottom. I grew up in Letcher County, in a little place called Blackie where the ridges rise like walls and the creeks run black with coal dust even after years of no mining. We always had stories about the stormwalkers, people who lived so far back in the hills they learned to move with the weather instead of against it. They say some of them were miners trapped in collapses who clawed their way out only to find the world above had moved on without them. Others claim they're old families who stayed when the companies left, growing strange in the isolation, using the lightning to see their way through the dark. They don't chase you outright. They wait for the flashes, stepping closer each time the sky lights up, patient as the thunder that follows. I used to hear those tales over breakfast at the diner in Whitesburg and think they were just the way folks explain why some nights feel heavier than others. Until that storm on Route 7, when the lightning started showing me something I couldn't unsee. It still follows me every time the sky cracks open, a silhouette that waits for the next flash to close the distance. The run started normal enough. I'd loaded a trailer of timber in Hazard, headed north toward Pikeville on 7, the two-lane that winds through the mountains like a thread pulled too tight. The forecast had promised scattered thunderstorms, but by late afternoon the clouds were already black and boiling over the ridges. I kept driving, wipers on intermittent, the cab filling with the smell of wet pine coming through the vents. Around 9, the first real lightning cracked across the sky, white and sudden, turning the trees into stark skeletons for a heartbeat before everything went dark again. I slowed, watching the road ahead, the thunder rolling in long and low like distant trains. By 10:30, the storm had settled in for the night, rain falling steady and hard, lightning flickering every few minutes like someone flipping a light switch in a dark room. I was tired, eyes burning from staring at the wet pavement, shoulders knotted from fighting the wheel on the curves. I needed to stop just long enough to stretch and shake off the haze. There was a turnout coming up, an old gravel pad used by hunters, tucked against a rock face with woods crowding close on 3 sides. I eased in, tires crunching wet stone, and cut the engine. The sudden quiet was thick, broken only by the rain drumming on the roof and the low growl of thunder moving through the valley. I sat there, breathing slow, letting the cab cool. The first flash came without warning, bright blue-white, illuminating everything for a split second. In that instant, through the passenger window, I saw it, a tall silhouette standing at the edge of the turnout, maybe 30 feet away, outlined against the dark trees. Human shape, broad-shouldered, head slightly bowed. Then the light was gone, and the thunder rolled in, shaking the cab. I blinked hard, heart giving a single hard thud. Just a tree, I told myself, or a hunter out late. But something felt wrong. The way it had stood so still, so straight, like it had been waiting. Another flash, maybe 30 seconds later. The figure was closer, 20 feet now, still motionless, rain streaming off whatever coat or cape it wore. The thunder came harder, vibrating through the seat. I leaned toward the window, trying to see details in the dark between flashes, but the night swallowed everything. The next strike lit the world again, and there it was, 15 feet away, towering, features stark for the briefest moment. Pale face, eyes catching the light like wet stones, mouth set in a line. No expression I could read, just presence, heavy and deliberate. Then darkness, thunder crashing overhead like the sky splitting open. My pulse was hammering now. I reached for the key, fingers numb. Another flash, the figure closer still, almost at the edge of the gravel, looming over the hood, tall enough that its head cleared the cab roof. I could see the rain running off the shoulders, the way the coat hung heavy and sodden. The thunder rolled, long and deep. I twisted the ignition. The engine caught with a cough. I threw the truck into gear and lurched forward, tires spinning in the mud before catching pavement. In the side mirror, as lightning flickered again, I saw it, still standing where I'd left it, but turning slowly, following the direction of the road. I pushed the speed, the rig swaying on the wet curves, wipers slapping furiously. Every time the sky cracked open, the silhouette appeared in the mirror. Closer each time, stepping forward in bursts of light, using the flashes to advance. Not running, not chasing, just moving, patient, taking ground between thunderclaps. The rain hammered harder, lightning strobing the world in harsh white bursts. One flash showed it 20 yards back, the next 15. I could see the coat whipping in the wind, the way it moved with a slow, deliberate stride, head down against the storm. I didn't stop again until I reached the lights of a small gas station near Pikeville, pulling under the canopy with the engine still running. My hand shook so bad I could barely hold the wheel. I sat there, breathing hard, waiting for the next flash. When it came, the mirror showed only rain and empty road behind me. No silhouette, no figure, just the storm moving on. The next morning the sky was bruised but clearing. I walked the truck, checking for signs. Nothing, no footprints in the mud, no marks on the paint. I told myself it was exhaustion, the lightning playing tricks on my eyes, my mind filling in shadows where there were none. But the dread stayed, quiet and cold, settling in my chest like damp air. The storms kept coming. A week later, another front rolled in, heavy and slow. I was on Route 80, hauling empty, when the lightning started again. The first flash caught it in the side mirror, distant but unmistakable, tall and dark against the ridge. I accelerated, but every subsequent strike showed it closer, stepping forward in the intervals of light, patient as the thunder that rolled behind. I didn't stop that night. I drove through, windows up, radio loud, but the silhouette kept pace, appearing and disappearing with each flash, always a little nearer. It happens now every time the sky opens. A storm rolls in, the lightning begins, and there it is, looming in the flashes, stalking in bursts, using the light to close the distance. I tried different routes, different times, parking under lights when I can. But eastern Kentucky's backroads are long and lonely, and the storms don't ask for your plans. Last month, during a slow-moving thunderhead near the Pine Mountain Ridge, I had to stop at a turnout to wait out the worst. The lightning came hard and fast, strobing the world. With each flash, the figure was closer. First at the tree lean, then halfway across the gravel, then standing just beyond the hood, towering, rain streaming off the coat, face pale and stark in the white light. I sat frozen, watching it wait for the next strike, watching it take one more step forward when the sky cracked again. I started the engine and pulled away, but in the mirror, as lightning flickered one last time, it was still there, watching, waiting, patient. I don't know what it wants. To be seen? To be followed? To remind me that some things in these mountains move only when the light allows it? The dread is in the intermittence, in a way it advances only in flashes, never rushing, never stopping, just closing ground between thunderclaps. I wonder if it's one person walking the ridges for years, or many, silent watchers who use the storm to step closer each time. The realism terrifies me. No chase, no attack, just the quiet advance, the stark silhouette in the lightning. The knowledge that one night the flashes might show it standing at the door, waiting for me to open it. I keep driving because the road is all I have. But every time the thunder rolls, every time the sky lights up, I brace for the next flash, knowing the silhouette will be there a little closer, a little clearer. The confusion stays with me, a sorrow for whatever keeps it walking these ridges, for whatever made it learn to move only in light. And in the quiet of the cab, when the rain falls and the thunder moves through the hollows, I keep moving, but the figure follows, patient, intermittent, waiting for the storm when the distance finally closes. I drive on, eyes on the mirrors, waiting for the flash that shows it standing too close, knowing some things in these mountains only need the lightning to step forward. Story 18. I've been hauling freight through the Tennessee mountains for 23 years, long enough that the ridges and hollows feel like they've mapped themselves onto my own skin. Every curve, every drop-off, every place where the road disappears in a fog. The job keeps me moving, keeps the bills paid, keeps the quiet at bay for a little while longer. I grew up in a small place called Del Rio, right on the edge of the Cherokee National Forest, where the mountains rise steep and sudden, and the air always carries the scent of wet pine and something older, something that lingers after the rain. Folks, there's still talk about the ridge whalers, people who went missing in the storms of the 70s and 80s, hikers or hunters, or whole families who walked into the woods during a downpour and never walked out the same. Some say they got lost, turned strange in the isolation, learned to call out in ways that sound like sorrow itself. Others claim they're still out there, calling to anyone who'll listen, trying to pull you in with voices that sound like your own regrets. I used to hear those stories over coffee at the little diner on Highway 25, nod along, and think they were just the way people explain why some nights feel heavier than they should. Until the night the rain came down like it was trying to drown the whole plateau, and the cries started drifting in from the ridges. They haven't stopped since. Every time the weather turns wet and the fog settles low, I hear them again, muffled, distant, calling my name in voices I thought I'd forgotten. The run started like any other. I'd loaded a trailer of lumber in Newport, headed west toward Knoxville on 25W, the two-lane that cuts through the Smokies like a knife through old cloth. The forecast had called for rain, but by dusk the sky was already black and swollen, clouds pressing down on the ridges until it felt like the mountains were closing in. The first drops hit the windshield just as the light faded. Then the sky opened fully, rain falling in heavy sheets that turned the road to a shining black ribbon. I drove slow, wipers on high, headlights carving weak tunnels through the downpour. The cab smelled of wet canvas and the faint metallic bite of the storm. Around 11, the fatigue started creeping in. Eyes burning, shoulders tight from fighting the wheel on the slick curves. I needed to stop, just long enough to stretch and clear my head. There was a turnout coming up near the Cosby entrance to the park, an old gravel pad used by hikers, tucked against a steep slope with the forest pressing close. I eased the rig in, tires crunching wet stone, and killed the engine. The sudden silence was thick, broken only by the relentless drum of rain on the roof and the low rumble of thunder moving through the valley. I cracked the window for air, letting the cold dampness seep in, carrying the scent of pine and soaked earth. I sat there, breathing slow, listening to the water run off the trailer in little rivers. Then I heard it, faint at first, almost lost in the storm. A cry, muffled, distant, drifting down from the ridge above. Not an animal, not the wind. Human, low, broken like someone calling out in pain or sorrow. It rose and fell with the gusts, carried on the rain, pulling at something deep in my chest. I leaned toward the open window, straining to listen. The sound came again, clearer now, a single drawn-out wail that ended in a sob. My skin prickled. I told myself it was a lost hiker, someone caught out in the weather, but the road had been empty for miles, and the ridge above was steep, no trails marked on the map. Another cry, closer this time, echoing off the wet trees. Then words soft, pleading, almost swallowed by the rain. "Help, please." The voice sounded familiar, like someone I used to know, someone I'd lost touch with years ago. My throat tightened. I closed the window, locked the doors, and sat back, heart thudding. The cries didn't stop. They grew steadier, drifting down from the ridge in waves, each one a little clearer, a little more personal. "Don't leave me. It's cold. Come back." Names followed. My sister's name, my old partner's name, even my own, called out soft and broken, like a plea from someone who knew me better than I knew myself. The sound burrowed in, tugging at memories I kept locked away. The night my sister walked out after an argument and never came home, the way my partner's voice cracked when he told me he was leaving the road for good. The cries carried all of it: sorrow, accusation, longing woven into each wail. I started the engine, the roar cutting the night. The headlights flared, illuminating the rain in silver streaks, but nothing moved on the ridge. I pulled out fast, tires slipping before catching pavement. In the side mirror, lightning flickered, brief, blue-white. And there it was, a figure standing on the horizon, small against the dark trees, arms raised, mouth open in another cry. Then darkness, thunder crashing overhead. I pushed the speed, the rig swaying on the wet curves. The cries followed, fainter now, but persistent, drifting on the wind through the vents, calling my name in voices I couldn't ignore. Every time lightning flashed, I caught glimpses in the mirror, the figure moving along the ridge, keeping pace, stepping from one high point to the next, always a little closer between strikes. Not running, not chasing, just advancing, patient, using the storm to close the distance. I didn't stop again until I reached the lights of a truck stop near Sevierville, pulling under the canopy with the engine still running. My hand shook as I gripped the wheel. I sat there, breathing hard, waiting for the next cry. When it came, faint, muffled by distance, it sounded almost like relief, like something that had finally been heard. The next morning, the rain had eased to a drizzle. I walked the truck, checking for signs. Nothing, no footprints in the mud, no marks on the paint. I told myself it was exhaustion, the storm playing tricks on my ears, my mind filling in voices where there were none. But the dread stayed quiet and cold, settling in my chest like damp air. The storms kept coming. A week later, another front moved in, heavy and slow. I was on a different route, hauling empty, when the cries started again, distant at first, then closer, calling from the ridges in voices that knew my regrets. I stopped at a turnout near the Little Pigeon River. The figure appeared on the horizon with the first flash of lightning, tall, dark against the sky, arms raised, mouth open in another wail. I drove off fast, but the cries followed, drifting through the cab, pleading, personalized, pulling at the same old wounds. It happens now every time the rain falls heavy. A storm rolls in, the fog settles low, and the cries begin, muffled, distant, drifting down from the ridges and waves. Sometimes just a single sob, sometimes names, pleas, accusations. I tried different routes, different times, parking under lights when I can. But Tennessee's mountains are long and deep, and the storms don't ask for your plans. Last month, during a slow-moving thunderhead near the Foothills Parkway, I had to stop at a turnout to wait out the worst. The cries started soft, then built, closer, more insistent, calling my name in my sister's voice, in my partner's voice, in my own. When lightning flashed, the figure was there on the ridge, standing still, arms raised, mouth open in another wail. I sat frozen, listening, feeling the sound pull at everything I try to leave behind. I started the engine and pulled away, but in the mirror, as lightning flickered one last time, it was still there, watching, waiting, calling. I don't know what it wants. Forgiveness? Company? To be remembered? To pull me in with the same sorrow that keeps it walking those ridges? The dread is in the empathy, in the way the cries feel like they belong to me, like they're mine to answer. I wonder if it's one person, lost and still searching, or many, silent wailers who use the storm to speak what they can't say in daylight. The realism terrifies me. No chase, no violence. Just the quiet pull of voices that know your deepest regrets, calling from the dark until you want to answer. I keep driving because the road is all I have. But every time the rain falls heavy, every time the fog settles low, I listen for the first muffled cry, knowing it will grow closer, more personal, more pleading. The confusion stays with me, a sorrow for whatever was lost on those ridges that still reaches out through the storm. And in the quiet of the cab, when the rain drums and the thunder moves through the hollows, I keep moving, but the cries follow, patient, persistent, waiting for the night when I finally stop and listen long enough to understand what they're asking. I drive on, windows up, radio loud, but the sound gets in anyway, soft, broken, calling my name like it always knew where to find me. Story 19. I've been driving trucks through the steep, winding passes of the Virginia Blue Ridge for 24 years, ever since the factory in my hometown of Galax shut down and left men like me scrambling for any work that kept us out of the house and on the move. The pay is decent, the solitude suits me, and the mountains, old, worn down, folded over themselves like ancient blankets, have become the only place that ever really felt like home. I grew up hearing the stories about the slow clingers, people who lived so high up in the ridges they learned to move with the land instead of against it. Some said they were old moonshiners who fell on hard times and never came down. Others claimed they were families who'd lost everything in the floods of '85 and simply decided to stay up where the water couldn't reach. They don't chase you down the road. They wait for the rain, when the slopes turn slick and treacherous, then let gravity do the work, sliding, slipping, gripping whatever passes below. I used to listen to those tales over coffee at the little diner on Route 58 and think they were just the way folks explain why some nights feel like the mountains are leaning in too close. Until that stormy night near Fancy Gap, when I felt the first hand grip the side of my trailer. It hasn't let go since. Every time the rain falls heavy and the roads turn to black ice, I feel it again, slow, tenacious, slipping closer. The load was gravel from a quarry near Hillsville, headed south toward North Carolina on 58, the old Tulane that hugs the eastern escarpment of the Blue Ridge. The forecast had called for scattered showers, but by dusk the sky had turned the color of wet slate, and the first drops hit the windshield like stones. I kept driving, wipers on low, the cab filling with the smell of damp pine and the faint metallic bite of the storm. The road climbs steady through there, switchbacks carve into the slope, guardrails that look flimsy against the drop into dark nothing. By 10 o'clock the rain was falling hard, steady, turning the pavement slick and the curves treacherous. I slowed, keeping the rig in low gear, tires humming against the wet asphalt. Around 11 the fatigue started creeping in, eyes burning, shoulders knotted from fighting the wheel. I needed to stop, just long enough to stretch and shake off the days. There was a turnout coming up, a wide gravel pad used by truckers and tourists, perched on a shelf of the mountain with the slope rising sharp behind it and dropping away on the other side. I eased the rig in, tires crunching wet stone, and killed the engine. The sudden quiet was thick, broken only by the relentless drum of rain on the roof and the low hiss of water running off the trailer. I sat there, breathing slow, listening to the storm move through the trees. The air in the cab grew heavy, condensation fogging the windows. I cracked 1 inch for fresh air, but the cold seeped in, carrying the scent of wet rock and pine. That's when I felt it, a soft thump against the rear of the trailer, like something had dropped onto the frame from above. Then another, slow, deliberate shifting weight. I leaned toward the side mirror, wiping fog from the glass. In the dim glow of the taillights, reflected in the rain-streaked mirror, I saw fingers, pale, rain-slicked, gripping the edge of the tarp strap. They tightened, knuckles whitening, and a moment later a second hand appeared, pulling a body up onto the trailer. The rig rocked slightly, suspension creaking. My heart slammed against my ribs. I told myself it was a branch, or maybe a fallen limb caught in the load, but the hands moved, slow, careful, human, sliding forward along the frame, inching toward the cab. I twisted the key, engine roaring to life. The headlights flared, cutting through the downpour, illuminating the slope behind me. Lightning flickered, brief, blue-white, and there it was, a figure halfway down the wet rock face above the turnout, arms outstretched, fingers digging into the mud for purchase, legs braced against the slope. Rain streamed off a sodden coat, hair plastered flat. It wasn't falling, it was descending, controlled, using the rain-slick surface like it had done it 1,000 times. Another flash, the figure closer, sliding down 10 feet in the interval of darkness, hands reaching, fingers splayed. I threw the truck into gear and lurched forward, tires spinning briefly in the mud before catching pavement. The rig swayed as I accelerated, the trailer rocking with the sudden motion. In the side mirror, the figure kept coming, slipping, sliding, one hand gripping a root or rock, the other outstretched toward the trailer. The rain aided its descent, turning the slope into a chute, and gravity did the rest. It hit the gravel pad hard, boots sliding, then lunged, fingers hooking the rear fender, body slamming against the side of the trailer with a wet thud. The truck rocked again, harder this time. I felt the weight pull, the suspension groaning as it clung, tenacious, rain-slicked hands sliding forward along the frame. I swerved hard, the rig fishtailing on the wet road, tires screaming. The figure held, arms locked, body flattening against the trailer, face pressed close to the metal for a heartbeat. Lightning flashed again, stark and merciless, showing pale skin, eyes wide, mouth open in a silent grimace. No sound over the storm, just the grip, slow, relentless, inching closer to the cab. I accelerated, pushing the speed on the slick curves, the trailer swaying dangerously. Another swerve, harder this time, toward the rock wall. The figure's hold slipped, fingers scraping, nails dragging across the metal with a high, wet screech. Then it dropped away, vanishing into the dark shoulder in a blur of rain and shadow. I didn't stop again until I reached the lights of a small plaza near Fancy Gap, pulling under the canopy with the engine still running. My hands shook as I gripped the wheel. I sat there, breathing hard, waiting for the next flash of lightning to show something in the mirrors. When it came, brief, blinding, the road behind was empty. Just rain and wet asphalt. I stepped out, flashlight in hand, rain soaking me in seconds. I walked the length of the trailer, beams sweeping the frame. There, on the rear fender, fresh gouges in the paint, shallow but real, and a smear of mud where fingers had gripped. I ran my hand over the marks, feeling the rough edges, the cold metal beneath. The next morning the storm had moved on, leaving the sky bruised but clearing. I inspected the cab again. No other damage, no footprints in the mud. I told myself it was a desperate hitchhiker, someone caught out in the weather, trying to climb aboard for shelter. But the grip had been too sure, too practiced, like it had used the slope and the rain the way others use pavement. The dread stayed quiet and cold, settling in my chest like damp air. The storms kept coming. A week later, another front rolled in, heavy and slow. I was on a different route, hauling gravel near the Blue Ridge Parkway. Stopped at a similar turnout to check the load. The rain had barely started when I felt it. The soft thump against the trailer, the shift of weight. I didn't wait to look. Started the engine and pulled out fast. In the side mirror, lightning flashed. The figure sliding down the wet slope above, hands outstretched, fingers splayed, descending with that same controlled grace. Rain aiding every foot of progress. It happens now every time the rain falls hard and the roads turn slick. A storm rolls in, the slopes glisten, and I feel the first thump, the weight dropping onto the trailer from above, hands gripping, sliding forward. I've tried different routes, different times, avoiding the high passes when the forecast calls for rain. But Virginia's mountains are long and steep, and the job pulls you through the places where the ground falls away. Last month, during a slow, steady downpour near the peaks of Otter, I had to stop at a turnout to wait out the worst. The figure came down the slope in flashes of lightning, first distant, then halfway, then standing on the gravel, hands reaching for the trailer. I sat frozen, watching it wait for the next strike, watching it take one more step forward when the sky cracked again. I started the engine and pulled away, but in the mirror, as lightning flickered one last time, it was still there, gripping the fender, sliding along the frame, fingers inching closer to the cab. I don't know what it wants. Warmth? Company? To share the fall it once took? To pull me down with it? The dread is in the descent, in the way gravity becomes its ally, in the tenacious grip that never quite lets go. I wonder if it's one person still sliding after all these years, or many silent clingers who use the rain and the slope to reach what passes below. The realism terrifies me. No chase, no violence, just the slow, inevitable pull, the quiet certainty that one night the grip will hold long enough to climb inside. I keep driving because the road is all I have. But every time the rain falls heavy, every time the slopes turn slick and black, I listen for that first thump, the weight dropping from above, hands gripping, sliding forward. The confusion stays with me, a sorrow for whatever sent it falling in the first place, for whatever keeps it descending night after night. And in the quiet of the cab, when the rain drums and the thunder rolls through the hollows, I keep moving, but the figure follows, patient, tenacious, waiting for the storm when the grip finally holds. I drive on, eyes on the mirrors, waiting for the flash that shows it's standing too close, knowing some things in these mountains only need the rain to slip closer, and once they grip, they don't let go easy. Story 20. I've been hauling freight across the western counties of North Carolina for 22 years, long enough that the roads through the Smokies feel like veins I've followed too many times, familiar, but never quite safe. The mountains here are old, worn down by time and weather, full of narrow passes and deep hollows where the fog hangs low even on clear days. I grew up near Bryson City, in a house that sat on the edge of a creek that flooded every spring, and I learned early that water has a memory. It holds on to things, reflects them back when you least expect it. Folks in these parts still talk about the puddle watchers, people who slipped away into the woods during hard times and never quite came back, learning to move between reflections the way others move between trees. Some say they're lost hikers. Others claim they're old families who went feral after the last of the mills closed, using standing water to keep an eye on what passes through their territory. They don't chase you outright. They wait for the rain, when the road turns into a mirror of itself, and every puddle becomes a window. I used to listen to those stories over breakfast at the little diner on Highway 441 and think they were just the way people explain why some nights feel like the mountains are watching. Until that stormy night near Cherokee, when the puddle started showing me something that wasn't there until it was. The run had been routine. Paper products from Asheville down to Murphy. Nothing that couldn't wait out a little weather. But the storm came in fast, a cold front sweeping off the Smokies just after dusk, turning the sky the color of wet slate. By the time I hit the Tulane south of Cherokee, the rain was falling in heavy sheets, the road shining black under the headlights, every dip and rut holding water like shallow mirrors. I drove slow, wipers on high, the cab filling with the damp smell of pine and the faint metallic bite of the storm. The curves were tight, the guardrails flimsy against the drop into dark nothing, and I kept my eyes on the pavement, watching for hydroplaning spots. Around midnight, the fatigue started creeping in, eyes burning, shoulders tight from fighting the wheel. I needed to stop, just long enough to stretch and shake off the haze. There was a turnout ahead, an old gravel pad used by fishermen, perched on a shelf above a swollen creek. I eased the rig in, tires crunching wet stone, and killed the engine. The sudden quiet was thick, broken only by the relentless drum of rain on the roof and the low hiss of water running off the trailer. I sat there, breathing slow, listening to the storm move through the trees. The puddles around the truck reflected the cab's parking lights in broken pieces, rippling with every drop. I stepped out, boots splashing into shallow water that immediately soaked my jeans. The cold hit me like a slap, rain streaming off my cap. I walked the length of the trailer, checking the straps, flashlight beam cutting through the downpour. That's when I noticed it. In one of the larger puddles near the passenger side, the reflection of the cab looked wrong. There was a shape behind the driver's window, blurred and distorted by the ripples, standing where I should have been alone. I froze, beams swinging down. The puddle showed me clearly for a heartbeat. My rig, the trees, and something tall and dark directly behind the cab, close enough to touch the rear door. I spun, flashlight sweeping the empty turnout. Nothing, just rain and gravel and the dark mouth of the forest. I climbed back in fast, slammed the door, locked it. My heart was hammering. I told myself it was a trick of the light, rain and reflection playing games, my tired mind filling in shadows. But when I glanced at the side mirror, angled to catch the ground, the next puddle showed it again. The figure, blurred but unmistakable, standing at the rear of the trailer, closer than before. I started the engine, headlights flaring, illuminating the puddles in harsh white. The reflection shattered with the sudden light, ripples spreading outward, the shape disappearing into distortion. I pulled out, tires slipping briefly before catching pavement. In the mirrors, every time I passed standing water, potholes, shallow ruts, the reflection reappeared, distorted, wavering, but always nearer, always a little clearer. One puddle showed it gripping the trailer edge. Another showed it halfway along the side. The rain kept falling, creating new mirrors with every dip in the road, each one catching the figure in a different stage of approach, sliding closer between flashes of my taillights. I pushed the speed, the rig swaying on the wet curves. Lightning flickered, brief, blue-white, and in that instant the puddles lit up like windows. The figure standing at the passenger door, hand outstretched, fingers splayed against the glass. I swerved hard, the truck rocking, and drove through a deep puddle at the bottom of the next grade. Water sprayed up, shattering the reflection into 1,000 pieces. The figure vanished with the spray, gone for a moment. I didn't stop again until I reached the lights of a small plaza near Bryson City, pulling under the canopy with the engine still running. My hand shook as I gripped the wheel. I sat there, breathing hard, waiting for the next flash of lightning to show something in the mirrors. When it came, brief, blinding, the puddles around the lot were empty. Just rain and wet asphalt. The next morning the storm had eased to a drizzle. I walked the truck, checking for signs. Nothing. No footprints in the mud, no marks on the paint. I told myself it was exhaustion, the rain distorting everything, my mind filling in shapes where there were none. But the dread stayed quiet and cold, settling in my chest like damp air. The storms kept coming. A week later, another front rolled in, heavy and slow. I was on a different route, hauling empty, when the puddles started showing it again, blurred at first, then clearer, always nearer. I stopped at a turnout near the Oconaluftee River. The figure appeared in the standing water with the first flash of lightning, standing at the rear of the trailer, hand reaching for the door. I drove through the next deep puddle deliberately, shattering the reflection, but the dread followed, knowing the next storm would bring new water, new mirrors. It happens now every time the rain falls heavy enough to pool on the road. A storm rolls in, the pavement turns into scattered mirrors, and there it is, blurred, distorted, stalking closer with each puddle I pass. Sometimes just a shadow, sometimes a hand outstretched, fingers almost touching the glass. I've tried different routes, different times, avoiding low spots when the forecast calls for rain. But North Carolina's mountains are full of dips and hollows, and the job pulls you through the places where water collects. Last month, during a slow, steady downpour near the Great Smoky Mountains Expressway, I had to stop at a turnout to wait out the worst. The puddles around the truck showed it clearly, standing just beyond the hood, face close to the windshield, eyes locked on mine in the rippling water. I sat frozen, watching it wait for the next flash, watching it take one more step forward when lightning cracked again. I started the engine and pulled away, driving through the largest puddle deliberately, shattering the reflection into 1,000 pieces. But in the mirror, as lightning flickered one last time, it was still there, standing in the next puddle, closer, hand outstretched. I don't know what it wants. To be seen? To cross over? To show me something I've refused to look at? The dread is in the distortion, in the way the reflection feels more real than the empty road, in the quiet certainty that one night the puddle will hold it long enough to reach through. I wonder if it's one person lost and still searching, or many silent watchers who use the rain to step closer between worlds. The realism terrifies me. No chase, no violence, just the slow advance in every standing pool, the illusion turning solid when you least expect it. I keep driving because the road is all I have. But every time the rain falls heavy, every time the road turns into scattered mirrors, I scan the puddles, bracing for the next reflection, knowing it will be closer, clearer, more insistent. The confusion stays with me, a sorrow for whatever was lost in those hollows that still reaches out through the water. And in the quiet of the cab, when the rain drums and the wipers sweep, I keep moving, but the figure follows, patient, distorted, waiting for the storm when the reflection finally touches the reel. I drive on, eyes on the mirrors, waiting for the puddle that holds it too long, knowing some things in these mountains only need the rain to step closer, and once they do, they don't step back. Story 21. I've been driving trucks through the Pennsylvania wild for 26 years, ever since the last paper mill in my hometown of Kane shut its gates and left most of us looking for any work that kept us out of the house after dark. The wilds are vast and unforgiving. Hundreds of thousands of acres of second-growth forest, old logging roads that disappear into the green, and hollows so deep the fog never fully lifts even on sunny days. I grew up hearing the stories about the footprint trackers, people who went missing in the big snows or the spring floods of the 70s, walked into the woods one night and never walked out the same. Some say they were hunters who got turned around. Others claim they were families who simply decided the world below wasn't worth coming back to. They don't follow you in the open. They leave prints, wet, deliberate, appearing in the mud or the snow or the rain-soaked gravel, closing the distance one step at a time, then fading behind as the weather washes them away. The dread isn't in being chased. It's in the evidence that something has been there, something that knows exactly where you stopped, and something that will be there again the next time the ground gets soft. I used to listen to those tales over coffee at the truck stop in St. Mary's, and think they were just the way folks explain why some nights feel like the forest is paying attention. Until that rainy night on Route 6 near the Allegheny Reservoir, when I saw the first fresh footprint appear beside my truck. It hasn't stopped leaving them since. The run was nothing special. Empty trailer headed back to Warren after dropping a load of lumber in Du Bois. The storm had been threatening all afternoon, a cold front sweeping down from Lake Erie, and by the time I crossed into McKean County, the rain was falling hard, steady, turning the pavement to black glass. Route 6 is lonely through there, 2 lanes flanked by thick second-growth hemlock and maple. The reservoir off to the left hidden behind a wall of trees, the road dipping and rising through cuts where water collects in every low spot. I drove with the wipers on high, headlights bouncing off the wet asphalt, the cab filled with the damp smell of pine seeping through the vents. Around 11:30, the fatigue hit hard. Eyes burning, shoulders knotted from fighting the wheel on the slick curves. I needed to stop just long enough to stretch and clear my head. There was a turnout coming up, an old gravel pad used by fishermen, perched on a small rise above the road with the forest crowding close on 3 sides. I eased the rig in, tires crunching wet stone, and killed the engine. The sudden quiet was heavy, broken only by the relentless drum of rain on the roof and the low hiss of water running off the trailer. I sat there a minute, breathing slow, letting the cab cool. The puddles around the truck reflected the faint orange of my parking lights in broken pieces, rippling with every drop. I stepped out, boots splashing into shallow water that immediately soaked my jeans. The cold hit me sharp, rain streaming off my cap. I walked the length of the trailer, checking the straps out of habit, flashlight beam cutting through the downpour. That's when I saw them, fresh footprints in the mud beside the driver's door. Deep, clear, human-sized, the tread of heavy boots pressed into the soft gravel. They weren't mine. I hadn't stepped there yet. The prints came from the tree-line, walked straight to the truck, circled once around the cab, then disappeared back into the woods. But the rain was falling hard, and as I watched, the edges began to soften, the tracks filling with water, fading before my eyes. My stomach turned cold. I swept the flashlight toward the trees. Nothing, just dripping branches and black shadow. The prints kept dissolving, the rain washing them away like it was erasing evidence. I climbed back into the cab fast, locked the doors, started the engine. The headlights flared, illuminating the ground. Empty now, the footprints gone, the mud smooth and featureless. I pulled out, tires slipping briefly before catching pavement. In the side mirror, as lightning flickered once, I caught a glimpse. New prints appearing on the shoulder behind me, fresh and sharp, following the direction I'd just driven. I pushed the speed, the rig swaying on the wet curves. Every time I glanced at the mirrors, the rain was doing its work, washing the road clean, leaving no trace. But I knew they were there. The dread settled in slow, the kind that comes from seeing something real and watching it disappear before you can prove it to yourself. I didn't stop again until I reached the lights of a small plaza near Warren, pulling under the canopy with the engine still running. I sat there, breathing hard, waiting for the rain to ease so I could check the ground. When it finally slowed to a drizzle, I stepped out. The pavement was wet but solid. No mud, no prints, just water running into the drains. Relief came thin and temporary. The storms kept coming. Pennsylvania weather doesn't forgive, and the next front rolled in 3 days later, colder and heavier. I was on Route 219 this time, hauling gravel, when the fatigue forced another stop at a similar turnout near the Kinzua Dam. The rain had been falling for hours, turning the gravel to soft, red slurry. I killed the engine, sat in the dark cab, and listened. The first print appeared almost immediately, soft crunch of weight in the mud outside the driver's door. I didn't need to look. I knew what I'd see. Fresh tracks circling the truck, deliberate and slow, then fading as the rain poured down, erasing them step by step. I started the engine and pulled away. In the mirrors, lightning flashed, new prints forming on the road behind me, sharp and clear, closing the gap I'd just opened. The rain kept washing them away, but they kept coming back, always a little closer with each stop. I tried changing patterns, avoiding turnouts, sticking to truck stops with pavement and lights, but the job pulls you through the backcountry, through the places where the ground stays soft and the rain never really stops. I asked around. A driver at the Kane Plaza listened to my story and gave a slow nod. Footprint trackers, he said. Heard about him since I was a boy. People who walked into the woods one winter and never walked out. They follow, leave prints to let you know they're there. The rain erases them, but they make new ones. Some say they're marking distance, counting how many times you stop before they decide to step closer. The table went quiet. Others shared their own encounters. Prints circling rigs in the snow, fading with the melt only to reappear the next storm. Tracks that followed for miles. Always washed clean, but always renewed. No one had ever seen the maker. No one had ever stayed long enough to watch the print stop appearing. I tried everything. I started parking only on pavement, only under lights, only where the ground stayed hard. But the rain finds soft spots everywhere. Shoulders, pull-offs, even the edges of truck stop lots after a long downpour. Last month, during a slow, relentless rain near the Allegheny National Forest, I had to stop at a turnout to wait out the worst of it. The prints appeared almost immediately. Fresh, deep, circling the truck slow and deliberate. I sat frozen, watching them form in the mud, watching the rain soften the edges, watching them fade. When I finally pulled away, lightning flashed, new prints already appearing on the road behind me, sharp and clear, closing the distance I just made. I keep driving because the road is all I have. But every time the rain falls heavy, every time I have to stop in the dark, I listen for that first soft crunch, the weight of a foot in the mud, the slow circle beginning. I feel the dread in the evidence, in the way the prints appear and disappear, in the quiet certainty that something is following, something that knows exactly where I pause, something that will be there again the next time the ground gets soft. I wonder if it's one person still walking after all these years, or many silent trackers who use the rain to leave their mark, erasing it only to renew it. The realism gnaws at me. No chase, no violence, just the slow appearance of prints, the quiet erasure, the knowledge that one night the tracks might not fade, that they might lead straight to the door. The confusion stays with me, a sorrow for whatever sent them walking into the woods that still reaches out through the mud. And in the quiet of the cab, when the rain falls and the thunder rolls through the hollows, I keep moving, but the prints follow, patient, persistent, waiting for the storm when they no longer disappear. I drive on, eyes on the mirrors, waiting for the flash that shows them too close, knowing some things in these mountains only need the rain to step closer, and once they do, they don't step back. Story 22. I've been hauling loads through the back roads of northern Georgia for 23 years, ever since the carpet mills in Dalton started laying off, and I figured the open road might treat me better than another factory floor. The job keeps me moving, keeps the quiet from settling too deep, and the mountains, those rolling, green-covered ridges of the Chattahoochee, have become the only place I ever really feel like I belong. I grew up near Appalachia in a house that sat on the banks of a creek that flooded every spring, and I learned early that the woods have their own sense of humor. Soft, mocking, the kind that makes you question if you're the one being laughed at. Folks in these parts still talk about the laughing lurkers, people who walked into the overgrown banks during hard times and never walked out the same. Some say they were moonshiners who got caught in a raid and hid too long. Others claim they were families who lost everything in the Depression and decided the forest was kinder than the world below. They don't shout or chase. They laugh, hushed low, drifting out from the thick growth along the creeks and rivers, mocking whatever passes by. The sound gets in your head, turns your own thoughts against you, erodes your will until you start laughing along. I used to hear those stories over coffee at the diner on Highway 52 and think they were just the way people explain why some nights feel like the trees are amused. Until that stormy night near the Coosawhattie River when the laughter started coming from the banks. It hasn't stopped since. Every time the rain falls heavy and the growth turns thick and wet, I hear it again, soft, mocking, calling me by name. The run was ordinary. Gravel from a pit in Chatsworth down to a construction site in Rome. The storm rolled in just after dusk, a warm front pushing up from the Gulf, turning the sky low and heavy. By the time I hit the Tulane along the river, the rain was falling steady, drumming on the roof like fingers tapping impatient. The road hugs the Coosawhattie there, tight curves, overgrown banks on one side, rising steep with kudzu and honeysuckle, the river dropping away on the other. I drove slow, wipers on medium, headlights cutting through the sheets of water, the cab filled with the damp smell of earth and pine seeping through the vents. Around 10, the fatigue started creeping in, eyes burning, shoulders tight from fighting the wheel on the slick pavement. I needed to stop just long enough to stretch and clear my head. There was a turnout coming up, a small gravel pad used by fishermen, tucked against the bank with the growth pressing close. I eased the rig in, tires crunching wet stone, and killed the engine. The sudden quiet was thick, broken only by the relentless drum of rain on the roof and the low rush of the swollen river below. I sat there, breathing slow, listening to the water run off the trailer in little streams. The banks were overgrown, vines and brush hanging heavy with rain, swaying slightly in the wind. That's when I heard it, a soft chuckle, low and muffled, drifting up from the growth below the turnout. Not loud, almost lost in the storm, but distinct, human, amused, like someone sharing a private joke. I froze, head cocked. It came again, hushed laughter, two voices maybe, rising and falling together, mocking in tone. My skin prickled. I told myself it was the wind moving through the leaves or water gurgling over rocks in the creek. But the sound kept coming, steady now, drifting closer from a bank. Another chuckle, sharper this time, like it was responding to something I'd thought or done. I leaned toward the passenger window, wiping fog from the glass. The rain blurred everything, but in the faint glow of the parking lights, I saw movement in the growth. A figure stepping out from the vines, tall and lean, coat dark and sodden, face shadowed under a low brim. It didn't wave or call out, just stood there at the edge of the bank, head tilted, and laughed again, soft, low, the sound carrying over the rain like it was meant for me alone. The laughter spread, more voices joining from the brush, 3, 4, hushed and mocking, rising in a wave that made my chest tighten. The sound burrowed in, unnerving, infectious. I caught myself smiling once, a twitch at the corner of my mouth before I stopped hard, throat dry. The figure advanced slow, stepping onto the gravel, the laughter following, closer, clearer, weaving in little snickers that felt personal, like they knew something I didn't. I started the engine, the roar cutting the night. The headlights flared, illuminating the bank. The figure standing just beyond the beam, head down, shoulders shaking with silent mirth. Others behind it in the growth, shadows moving, the laughter rising in response to the light. I threw the truck into gear and lurched forward, tires spinning in the mud before catching pavement. In the side mirror, the laughter followed, faint at first, then carried on the wind through the vents, mocking, infectious. Every time lightning flashed, I caught glimpses, the figure walking along the bank parallel to the road, keeping pace, head tilted, the sound drifting in waves. The laughter got inside my head, looping, repeating, making me want to join in despite the chill crawling up my spine. I didn't stop again until I reached the lights of a small plaza near Appalachia, pulling under the canopy with the engine still running. My hand shook as I gripped the wheel. I sat there, breathing hard, waiting for the next chuckle. When it came, faint, muffled by distance, it sounded almost like relief, like something amused that I'd run. The next morning the rain had eased. I walked the truck, checking for signs. Nothing, no footprints in the mud, no marks on the paint. I told myself it was exhaustion, the storm playing tricks on my ears, my mind filling in sounds where there were none. But the laughter stayed, quiet and mocking, settling in my chest like damp air. The storms kept coming. A week later, another front moved in, heavy and slow. I was on a different route, hauling empty, when the laughter started again. Distant at first, then closer, drifting from the overgrown banks in hushed waves. I stopped at a turnout near the Cartacay River. The figure appeared at the edge of the growth with the first flash of lightning, standing still, head tilted, shoulders shaking with mirth. I drove off fast, but the laughter followed, drifting through the cab, mocking, infectious, pulling at the edges of my own thoughts until I caught myself chuckling once low and uneasy. It happens now every time the rain falls heavy and the banks turn thick and wet. A storm rolls in, the growth sways, and the laughter begins, hushed low, drifting up from the vines and waves. Sometimes just a single chuckle, sometimes many voices weaving together in mocking harmony. I've tried different routes, different times, parking under lights when I can. But Georgia's backroads are lined with overgrown banks, and the storms don't ask for your plans. Last month, during a slow, steady downpour near the Etowah River, I had to stop at a turnout to wait out the worst. The laughter started soft, then built, closer, more insistent, calling in voices that sounded almost like old friends, mocking things I'd said or thought. When lightning flashed, the figure was there at the edge of the bank, standing still, head down, the sound rising from the growth behind it. I started the engine and pulled away, but in the mirror, as lightning flickered one last time, it was still there, watching, waiting, laughing. I don't know what it finds so funny. My solitude? My fear? The way I keep driving like it matters? The dread is in the mirth, in the way the laughter feels like it belongs to something that knows me better than I know myself, eroding my will until I start to see the joke. I wonder if it's one person lost and still amused by the world below, or many silent lurkers who use the rain to share their quiet humor. The realism terrifies me. No chase, no violence, just the slow infection of laughter, the mocking pull that makes you want to join in. I keep driving because the road is all I have. But every time the rain falls heavy, every time the banks turn thick and green, I listen for the first hushed chuckle, knowing it will grow closer, more personal, more infectious. The confusion stays with me, a sorrow for whatever broke them so completely that laughter became their only voice. And in the quiet of the cab, when the rain drums and the thunder rolls through the hollows, I keep moving, but the laughter follows, patient, persistent, waiting for the night when I finally laugh back. I drive on, windows up, radio loud, but the sound gets in anyway, soft, mocking, calling like it always knew the joke was on me. Story 23. I've been driving trucks through the steep, narrow cuts of West Virginia for 28 years, long enough that the mountains feel like they've grown around me instead of the other way around. The job is simple. Haul coal, gravel, timber, whatever the pits and quarries spit out, down roads that were carved by hand and dynamite a century ago, roads that cling to ridges and drop into hollows so dark the sunlight never quite reaches the bottom. I grew up in Boone County, in a house that sat on the edge of a creek lined with rhododendron thick enough to swallow a manhole. We always had stories about the vine weavers, old-timers who went missing in the wet seasons, walked into the deep woods, and never walked out the same. Some said they were miners who'd been trapped underground too long, came up with lungs full of black dust and a need to bind things to the earth. Others claimed they were families who'd lost everything when the last shafts closed, learned to live off the land and use it as a weapon. They don't chase you. They wait for the rain. When the vines wake up, thick and heavy with water, twisting toward anything that moves through their territory. They guide them, slow, patient, wrapping around axles and tires until you can't move forward or back. I used to listen to those tales over coffee at the little stop in Madison and think they were just the way people explain why some nights the forest feels like it's reaching for you. Until that rainy night on Route 10 near the headwaters of the Guyandot, when the vines started moving on their own. They've been waiting ever since. The load was gravel from a pit near Oceana, headed south toward Logan. The storm had been building all day, a slow, warm front pushing up from the south, and by the time I left the quarry, the sky was low and gray, the air thick with the promise of water. I drove with the windows cracked, the cab filling with the smell of wet earth and the faint metallic bite of the approaching rain. Route 10 is a beast in good weather. Tight switchbacks, narrow shoulders, the river dropping away on one side and the slope rising sharp on the other. When a rain finally broke, it came down hard, steady, turning the road to black ice and the banks to slick red mud. I slowed, keeping the rig in low gear, tires humming against the wet pavement, wipers slapping a steady rhythm. Around 11, the fatigue hit. Eyes burning, shoulders knotted from fighting the wheel on the slick curves. I needed to stop, just long enough to stretch and shake off the haze. There was a turnout coming up, an old gravel pad used by hunters and fishermen, tucked against the bank with the forest pressing close behind and the river gurgling below. I eased the rig in, tires crunching wet stone, and killed the engine. The sudden quiet was heavy, broken only by the relentless drum of rain on the roof and the low rush of the swollen river. I sat there, breathing slow, listening to the water run off the trailer in little streams. The banks were thick with vines, kudzu and honeysuckle and wild grape, hanging heavy with rain, swaying slightly in the wind. I stepped out, boots sinking into the softened gravel. The cold hit me sharp, rain streaming off my cap. I walked the length of the trailer, checking the straps, flashlight beam cutting through the downpour. That's when I felt it, a soft tug at the rear tire like something had caught. I swung the light down. Vines, thick green-black, glistening with water, were wrapped around the rim, not tight yet, but moving, twisting slowly, inching higher. I froze. They weren't blown there by the wind. They were growing, reaching, guided by something I couldn't see. I stepped back, heart thudding. Another vine slid down the bank, wet and heavy, slithering across the gravel toward the front axle. I climbed back into the cab fast, slammed the door, started the engine. The headlights flared, illuminating the bank. Lightning flickered, brief blue-white. And there it was, a figure standing at the edge of the growth, tall and lean, coat dark and sodden, hands outstretched. Not reaching for me, reaching for the vines, guiding them. The light vanished, thunder crashing overhead, and I threw the truck into gear, lurched forward. The rig rocked as the vines tightened briefly, rubber groaning against the pressure, then snapped with a wet pop. I accelerated hard, tires spinning in the mud before catching pavement. In the side mirror, as lightning flashed again, the figure was moving, stepping down the bank parallel to the road, hands still outstretched, the vines following, slithering across the gravel like living ropes. I pushed the speed, the truck swaying on the wet curves. The vines kept coming, new ones sliding down the slope, reaching for the wheels, wrapping around fenders and axles in slow, deliberate coils. I swerve hard, scraping against the rock wall, metal screaming. The pressure eased, vines tearing away, but more came, thicker, stronger, guided by the figure who walked the bank, always just beyond the headlights, always a little closer between flashes. I didn't stop again until I reached the lights of a small gas station near me, pulling under the canopy with the engine still running. My hands shook as I gripped the wheel. I sat there, breathing hard, waiting for the next flash of lightning to show something in the mirrors. When it came, brief, blinding, the road behind was empty. Just rain and wet asphalt. I stepped out, flashlight in hand, rain soaking me in seconds. I walked the trailer. There, on the rear axle, fresh coils of vine, torn but still clinging, leaves glistening with water. I cut them away with a knife, the green fibers tough and fibrous, like they didn't want to let go. The next morning, the storm had moved on. I inspected the rig again. No permanent damage, no marks that couldn't be explained by branches or debris. I told myself it was the rain, the wind, vines loosened by the downpour. But the dread stayed, quiet and cold, settling in my chest like damp air. The storms kept coming. A week later, another front rolled in, heavy and slow. I was on a different route, hauling coal near the tug fork. Stopped at a turnout to check the load. The vine started almost immediately, sliding down the bank, reaching for the wheels, twisting slow and deliberate. I didn't wait to look. Started the engine and pulled out fast. In the side mirror, lightning flashed, the figure walking the bank parallel, hands outstretched, guiding the growth. It happens now every time the rain falls heavy and the banks turn thick and wet. A storm rolls in, the growth sways, and the vines begin, sliding down the slope, reaching for the tires, wrapping slow and patient. I tried different routes, different times, avoiding the river roads when the forecast calls for rain. But West Virginia's back roads are lined with overgrown banks, and the storms don't ask for your plans. Last month, during a slow, relentless downpour near the Guyandot, I had to stop at a turnout to wait out the worst. The vines came down the bank in flashes of lightning, first distant, then halfway, then wrapping around the rear axle, tightening with quiet, deliberate strength. I sat frozen, watching them coil, watching the figure stand at the edge of the growth, hands outstretched, guiding. I started the engine and pulled away, but in the mirror, as lightning flickered one last time, the vines were still there, clinging, twisting, refusing to let go completely. I don't know what it wants. To stop me? To bind me to the mountain? To share whatever silence it found in the deep woods? The dread is in the entanglement, in the way nature itself becomes the tool, slow and relentless, guided by hands that stay hidden. I wonder if it's one person, still weaving after all these years, or many, silent weavers who use the rain to trap what passes through their territory. The realism terrifies me. No chase, no violence, just the quiet descent of vines, the patient tightening, the knowledge that one night they might hold long enough to stop the wheels for good. I keep driving because the road is all I have. But every time the rain falls heavy, every time the banks turn thick and green, I listen for that first soft rustle, the vines sliding down the slope, reaching for the tires. I feel the dread in the quiet entanglement, in the way the growth feels alive, purposeful, guided. The confusion stays with me, a sorrow for whatever sent them into the woods that still reaches out through the rain. And in the quiet of the cab, when the storm drums and the thunder rolls through the hollows, I keep moving, but the vines follow, patient, persistent, waiting for the night when the grip finally holds. I drive on, eyes on the mirrors, waiting for the flash that shows them too close, knowing some things in these mountains only need the rain to reach out, and once they do, they don't let go easy. Story 24. I've been hauling coal and gravel through the deep hollows of eastern Kentucky for 29 years. long enough that the narrow roads carved into the mountainsides feel like they've been cut into my own memory. The job keeps me moving, load after load from the strip mines near Hazard down to the rail yards in Corbin or the power plants along the Ohio. But it also keeps me alone with the dark for too many hours. I grew up in Breathitt County, in a house that sat at the mouth of a hollow where the sun only touched the porch for an hour at midday. We always had stories about the lantern bearers, men or women who wandered the ridges after the last of the deep mines closed, carrying a single light through the fog, guiding lost travelers or leading them astray. Some said they were old miners who'd been trapped underground too long, came up with lungs full of dust and eyes that couldn't stand full daylight. Others claimed they were families who'd lost everything in the floods of '57 and simply decided the hollows were home now, that the light they carried was all they had left to offer. They don't speak. They just dim other lights, headlights, porch bulbs, lanterns, and windows, until yours is the only one left burning. Then they approach, slow and steady, the glow growing brighter until you can see their face. I used to hear those tales over breakfast at the diner in Jackson and think they were just the way people explain why some nights the fog feels like it's watching. Until that rainy night on Route 15 near the head of Troublesome Creek, when the first lantern dimmed in the hollow. They've been following ever since. The load was gravel from a pit near Hazard, headed north toward Jackson. The storm had been threatening all afternoon, a slow, cold front pushing down from the Ohio Valley. And by the time I left the quarry, the sky was low and gray, the air thick with the promise of water. Route 15 is a narrow two-lane that winds through the mountains like a thread pulled too tight. Tight curves, steep drops into hollows, and fog that rolls in sudden and thick. The rain started just after dusk, steady and heavy, turning the pavement to black glass. I drove with the wipers on high, headlights cutting weak yellow tunnels through the downpour, the cab filled with the damp smell of pine and the faint metallic bite of the storm. Around 10:30, the fatigue hit. Eyes burning, shoulders knotted from fighting the wheel in the slick curves. I needed to stop, just long enough to stretch and shake off the haze. There was a turnout coming up, an old gravel pad used by hunters, tucked against the slope of a hollow with the forest pressing close behind and the creek gurgling below. I eased the rig in, tires crunching wet stone, and killed the engine. The sudden quiet was heavy, broken only by the relentless drum of rain on the roof and the low rush of the swollen creek. I sat there, breathing slow, letting the cab cool. The fog was already thick, rolling up from the hollow like smoke, carrying the scent of wet earth and something fainter, sharper, like kerosene or old lamp oil. I stepped out, boots splashing into shallow water that immediately soaked my jeans. The cold hit me sharp, rain streaming off my cap. I walked the length of the trailer, checking the straps, flashlight beam cutting through the downpour. That's when I noticed it. The parking lights on the cab were dimming. Not flickering, not failing, just growing steadily weaker, the orange glow fading like someone had turned down a wick. I checked the switch inside. Everything was set right. I stepped back out, and the beam from my flashlight dimmed too, slow, deliberate, as if the battery was draining all at once. The fog thickened, the hollow filling with it until the trees across the road became gray silhouettes. Then I saw the other light. A single lantern glow drifting down the ridge above the turnout, small at first, like a firefly caught in the mist. It moved slow, steady, descending the slope through the trees. Lightning flickered brief blue-white, and in that instant I saw the figure carrying it. Tall, thin, coat dark and sodden, but pulled low, the lantern held out in front like a beacon. The thunder rolled, long and deep, and the lantern light grew brighter as it came closer, the other lights around me, the cab's parking lights, my flashlight, dimming further until they were barely embers. My heart was hammering now. I climbed back into the cab fast, slammed the door, started the engine. The headlights flared, but even they were weaker, the beams struggling through the fog. The lantern light kept coming, down the slope, across the gravel, approaching the driver's side. Another flash. The figure was closer, face illuminated for the briefest moment. Pale, gaunt, eyes wide and hungry, mouth set in a line that wasn't quite a smile. Then darkness, thunder crashing overhead, and I threw the truck into gear, lurched forward. The rig rocked as I accelerated, tires spinning in the mud before catching pavement. In the side mirror, as lightning flickered again, the lantern was still there, following the glow steady, the figure walking the shoulder parallel to the road, always just beyond the headlights, always a little closer between strikes. I pushed the speed, the truck swaying on the wet curves. Every time the sky cracked open, the lantern appeared in the mirror. Brighter, nearer, the figure's stride slow and deliberate, using the storm to close the distance. The cab lights kept dimming, the dashboard glowing faint, like the lantern was pulling the power from them. I could see the face more clearly with each flash. Pale skin stretched tight, eyes locked on the truck, the same hungry look. I didn't stop again until I reached the lights of a small gas station near Jackson, pulling under the canopy with the engine still running. My hands shook as I gripped the wheel. I sat there, breathing hard, waiting for the next flash of lightning to show something in the mirrors. When it came, brief, blinding, the road behind was empty. Just rain and wet asphalt. The cab lights returned to normal, steady and bright, as if nothing had happened. The next morning the storm had moved on. I inspected the truck, no damage, no marks. I told myself it was exhaustion, the fog and the rain playing tricks on my eyes, my mind filling in shapes where there were none. But the dread stayed, quiet and cold, settling in my chest like damp air. The storms kept coming. A week later, another front rolled in, heavy and slow. I was on a different route, hauling empty, when the dimming started again. The parking lights fading, the flashlight beam weakening. I stopped at a turnout near the Red River Gorge. The lantern appeared on the ridge above with the first flash of lightning. Drifting down, growing brighter, the other lights around me dimming until only that single glow remained. I drove off fast, but the lantern followed, steady in the mirrors, the figure walking the ridge parallel, always just beyond the headlights. It happens now every time the rain falls heavy and the fog settles low in the hollows. A storm rolls in, the air thickens and the dimming begins, lights fading, the lantern appearing on the ridge, drifting closer. I've tried different routes, different times, parking under bright lights when I can. But Kentucky's back roads are full of hollows, and the storms don't ask for your plans. Last month, during a slow, relentless downpour near the Daniel Boone National Forest, I had to stop at a turnout to wait out the worst. The lantern came down the slope in flashes of lightning. First distant, then halfway, then standing just beyond the hood, the glow steady, the face pale and hungry in the white light. I sat frozen, watching it wait for the next strike, watching it take one more step forward when the sky cracked again. I started the engine and pulled away, but in the mirror, as lightning flickered one last time, the lantern was still there, following, guiding, waiting. I don't know what it wants. To lead me somewhere, to share the darkness it found in the deep hollows, to show me something I've refused to see. The dread is in the glow, in the way the other lights fade until only that single flame remains, in the quiet certainty that one night it will reach the cab, the face pressing close to the glass. I wonder if it's one person still carrying the lantern after all these years, or many, silent bearers who use the storm to guide what passes through their territory. The realism terrifies me. No chase, no violence, just the slow dimming, the patient approach, the knowledge that one night the light might not fade, that it might stay until I have no choice but to follow. I keep driving because the road is all I have. But every time the rain falls heavy, every time the fog settles low in the hollows, I watch for the first dimming, knowing the lantern will appear, growing brighter, closer, hungry. The confusion stays with me, a sorrow for whatever sent them wandering with that single light that still reaches out through the storm. And in the quiet of the cab, when the thunder rolls and the rain drums, I keep moving, but the glow follows, patient, persistent, waiting for the night when the other lights go out for good. I drive on, eyes on the mirrors, waiting for the flash that shows it's standing too close, knowing some things in these mountains only need the rain to guide you. And once they do, they don't let the light fade. Let's move to the last story. I've been driving trucks through the Tennessee mountains for 27 years, ever since the last sawmill in my hometown of Oneida closed down and left most of us scrambling for any work that kept us out of the house after dark. The job is simple: haul lumber, gravel, coal, whatever the pits and quarries spit out, down roads that were carved by hand and dynamite a century ago, roads that cling to ridges and drop into hollows so deep the sunlight never quite reaches the bottom. I grew up hearing the stories about the persistent gazers, people who stood on the high ground after the last of the timber jobs dried up, watching the world below with eyes that never blinked. Some said they were old loggers who'd been left behind when the camps moved on. Others claimed they were families who'd lost everything in the floods of '76 and simply decided the high places were home now. That watching was all they had left to do. They don't chase you. They wait. They stare. Through storms, through night, through dawn. And when the rain finally clears, when the sky opens up and the light comes, they're still there, standing exactly where they were, eyes fixed, human yet somehow wrong. I used to listen to those tales over coffee at the little diner on Highway 27 and think they were just the way folks explain why some mornings feel like the mountains are looking back. Until that night on the Cumberland Plateau near Crossville, when the rain finally stopped and the staring began. It hasn't ended since. The haul was routine. Pine log from Jamestown down toward Cookville on Route 127, the two lane that cuts across the plateau like a scar. The storm had been with me since dusk. A slow, steady rain that turned the road to black glass and made every curve feel like a trap waiting to spring. I drove with the wipers on high, headlights carving weak tunnels through the downpour, the cab filled with the damp smell of pine and the faint metallic bite of wet metal. The plateau is different from the sharp ridges farther east, broad, rolling, cut by creeks and gorges that drop away sudden and deep. The trees crowd close to the road, their branches hanging heavy with rain, swaying like they're listening. By 2 in the morning, the fatigue was bone deep, eyes burning, shoulders knotted from fighting the wheel on the slick pavement. I needed to stop, just long enough to stretch and shake off the haze. There was a turnout coming up, an old gravel pad used by hunters, perched on a high shelf of the plateau with the forest pressing close behind and the land dropping away into a deep hollow on the other side. I eased the rig in, tires crunching wet stone, and killed the engine. The sudden quiet was thick, broken only by the steady drum of rain on the roof and the low hiss of water running off the trailer. I sat there, breathing slow, letting the cab cool. The fog was already thick, rolling up from the hollow like smoke, carrying the scent of wet earth and something fainter, sharper, like old iron or blood. I stepped out, boots splashing into shallow puddles that reflected the faint orange of my parking lights in broken pieces. The cold hit me sharp, rain streaming off my cap. I walked the length of the trailer, checking the straps, flashlight beam cutting through the downpour. The storm was easing, drops slowing to a drizzle, the clouds thinning overhead. I stood at the edge of the pad, looking out over the hollow. The rain had almost stopped. The first gray light of dawn was creeping in from the east, pale and reluctant, turning the fog to silver. That's when I saw it. A figure standing on the far side of the hollow, silhouetted against the lightening sky. Tall, motionless, coat dark and sodden, hood pulled low. It was far enough away that I couldn't make out details, but the posture was unmistakable. Head up, eyes fixed directly on me. I froze. The rain had cleared enough that the world was coming into focus, and there it was, watching, not moving, just staring. I told myself it was a hunter out early or a hiker who'd spent the night in the woods. But the way it stood, too straight, too still, felt wrong. I climbed back into the cab, started the engine. The headlights flared, but even they seemed dimmer now, as if the figure's stare was pulling the light toward it. I pulled out slow, tires slipping briefly before catching pavement. In the side mirror, as the dawn light strengthened, the figure was still there, watching, unmoving, the distance between us unchanged. I pushed the speed, the rig swaying on the wet curves. Every time I glanced back, it was still visible, standing on the high ground, eyes locked on the truck, face hidden under the hood, but the stare unmistakable. The rain had stopped completely. The sky was clearing to a pale, washed-out blue, the first real light of morning spilling over the ridges. And still it watched, not following, not chasing, just staring, the gaze unbroken, endless. I drove into the rising sun, the light strengthening, the fog burning off. The figure remained on the horizon, a dark shape against the brightening sky, eyes fixed, unblinking. I accelerated, the rig groaning as I pushed through the next series of curves. When I looked again, it was still there, smaller now, but the stare felt the same, like it had followed me into the cab, like it was still watching even as the distance grew. I didn't stop again until I reached the lights of a truck stop near Cookeville, pulling under the canopy with the engine still running. My hands shook as I gripped the wheel. I sat there, breathing hard, waiting for the sun to rise fully. When it did, bright and clear, the road behind was empty. Just wet pavement and the pale morning light. No figure, no stare. The next day, the sky was clear and the memory stayed quiet. But the storms returned. A week later, another front moved in, heavy and slow. I was on a different route, hauling empty, when the rain finally eased around dawn. I stopped at a turnout near the Connie Fork. As the light strengthened, I saw it again, standing on the far ridge, silhouetted against the rising sun, eyes fixed on the truck, watching, waiting, the stare unbroken. It happens now every time the rain falls hard and then clears at dawn. A storm rolls in, the night passes, and when the light comes, there it is, standing on the high ground, eyes locked, human yet somehow wrong. I've tried different routes, different times, avoiding the high passes when the forecast calls for rain. But Tennessee's plateau is broad and open, and the storms don't ask for your plans. Last month, during a slow-moving thunderhead near the Cumberland Plateau, I had to stop at a turnout to wait out the worst. The rain eased just before dawn. The figure was there, standing on the ridge, silhouetted against the pale sky, watching. I sat frozen, watching it watch me, feeling the stare settle in my chest like damp air. I started the engine and pulled away, driving into the sun. But in the mirror, as the light strengthened, it was still there, watching, waiting, the gaze unbroken. I don't know what it wants. To be seen? To remind me of something I've forgotten? To wait until I finally look back long enough to understand? The dread is in the persistence, in the way the stare outlasts the storm, in the quiet certainty that one morning it will be standing closer, eyes fixed, waiting for me to stop looking away. I keep driving because the road is all I have. But every time the rain falls heavy and then clears at dawn, I brace for the moment the light strengthens and the silhouette appears, knowing it will be there, watching, waiting. The confusion stays with me, a sorrow for whatever keeps it standing on those ridges, for whatever made it learn to watch when the rest of the world looks away. And in the quiet of the cab, when the storm fades and the sun rises, I keep moving, but the stare follows, patient, unblinking, waiting for the morning when I finally meet it head on. I drive on, eyes on the road, waiting for the dawn that shows it standing too close, knowing some things in these mountains only need the rain to pass, and once the sky clears, they never look away.